A 19-year-old pregnant woman becomes Baltimore's latest victim of violence. What a pastor says the community needs to do to make sure that justice is served. And a major ruling in the request to have a years-long investigation into the Archdiocese of Baltimore released to the public. Why proceedings will continue behind closed doors.
We're tracking some rain showers moving in as we head later into the morning and afternoon. We'll break it all down for you in my Weather Authority forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for waking up with us on this Tuesday, December 6th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got our Tuesday forecast. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Megan. We're going to be tracking some rain showers moving in. Not necessarily seeing that rain right here as of now, but we will see the rain later this morning. We have the cloud cover that is out there. You can actually see that from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. And that's actually keeping our temperatures a little bit from as cold as they were, being as cold as they were yesterday morning. We're still in the 30s and even some lower 40s as you step out here in Cockeysville and Towson down to Rosedale, right at 40 in Baltimore City and Brooklyn Park, and 41 in Woodlawn. So a cloudy and cool morning, rain showers throughout the day today. However, our temperatures will stay mild, and you can see over the next couple of hours in your morning drive, it'll probably be a little bit wet after about 7, 8 o'clock. So the second half of your commute is when those roads will get a little bit wet, and overall we'll see those rain showers throughout the day today. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes, break down exactly how long this rain sticks around.
All right, sounds good, Justin. Thank you. It's 4:31 right now, and the city's crime crisis continues. 19-year-old Jamira Burrell, who was pregnant, was murdered this weekend. A pastor is speaking out, talking with Fox 45's Vincent Hill at BPD headquarters with the search for a killer.
For some, Jamira was just another number, but one faith leader says she was the start of a future taken away too soon.
Crime is something that the Bible teaches against, right? It is an affront and is a sin.
Robert Turner is the pastor of the Empowerment Temple in Baltimore.
And it's something that we should try to stop, cease, and make sure it and the consequences of it are not passed down to our children.
But crime isn't stopping, and its latest victim, 19-year-old Jamira Burrell, and tragically, her unborn child. Turner says that will have a lasting effect for years to come.
Those are 2 generations that are gone. Not to mention the fact that the mother could have had another child, and the baby, once she grew up, he or she grew up, could have a child. So you lost potentially 3 generations.
Turner says it's up to the community to make sure justice is served for Jamira.
Hey, if we see somebody about to shoot somebody, we need to say something.
And that's exactly what Baltimore police hopes the public will do.
The sudden violent death of a 19-year-old pregnant woman, your mind automatically goes to the possibility of intimate partner violence.
Former Baltimore Police Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson also led an investigation unit.
The police department doesn't have the luxury of focusing only on that. They're going to have to consider other possibilities. Could it be a robbery? Could it be some other random act of violence?
Johnson says the investigation won't be easy, but he believes the person or persons responsible will be caught.
Knocking on doors, trying to talk to people that knew this young lady, family, friends, searching for electronic evidence in terms of communications that she may have had.
Meanwhile, Reverend Turner says he has a theory on what could reduce violence in Baltimore.
Seeing people as God sees them and not as we may sometimes want to see them.
Right now, Baltimore police don't have a suspect or suspects. Homicide investigators are asking anyone with information to call Baltimore police. In Baltimore, Vincent Hill, Fox 45 News.
Vincent, thank you. This is the second time this year that a pregnant woman has been shot and killed in Baltimore. If you remember back in May, a 38-year-old mother was killed in a drive-by shooting in East Baltimore. Another person in the car was also gunned down. At the time, Mayor Brandon Scott was emotional in talking about the incident.
And to be quite honest and frank, I don't really give a what the conflict was.
An $8,000 reward was offered in this spring's case, and that was doubled by the governor. As of now, no word of an arrest in the double murder. It is unclear if there could be additional charges in this weekend's case because Burrell was pregnant. Maryland has a law in place that stiffens penalties for violent crimes against pregnant women, and it was named Laura and Reed's Law after the 2017 murder of a Howard County teacher who was pregnant. The city council met for the first time since Mayor Brandon Scott vetoed a controversial pension bill. That bill was a response to voters approving term limits. In just 1 hour, Olivia Dance is going to be joining us live, reporting on how City Council President is responding to questions of a divide in City Hall. Well, state police, meantime, looking for a suspect after a man was stabbed to death. What we know so far of the suspect. And we've got temperatures starting in the 30s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know what we can expect throughout this Tuesday morning. Time now 4:35, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
.38 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Looking at our HD radar, picking up a few light showers that are starting to move in right now. As we head into the next couple of hours, that's when that rain will start to move through, especially on the back half of your commute, and then throughout the day, off and on showers is what we're looking at. Our temperatures are actually not bad. It's still chilly, but not nearly as cold as we were yesterday morning, with 30s and some lower 40s at this time. So Mr. Bo says take it slow. Those roads will be wet as you head into your commute over the next couple of hours. Temperatures staying in the 30s and 40s. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Making headlines this morning, the public will not be able to see continued court proceedings over the release of a state report into sex abuse inside the Catholic Church of Baltimore. A Baltimore circuit judge has ordered the case be sealed. Attorneys representing people named in the report who were not accused of abuse ask that proceedings be sealed. A nearly 4-year state investigation found 158 priests accused of abuse. Most of them are already known. The report also found more than 600 abuse victims. State police are also looking for a suspect after a man was stabbed to death in Wicomico County yesterday morning. Police do have an arrest warrant for 44-year-old Riley Lee Collick that you see right there. He is accused of stabbing and killing a 32-year-old man following an argument in Salisbury. Anyone with information should call police. Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski is officially starting his second term. Yesterday also marked Baltimore County Police Chief Melissa Hyatt's last day in office. The county executive is now tasked with finding a new chief.
What's more important for me is making sure that it is exhaustive and that we find the right person to lead the agency in the years ahead. So we don't have a specific timeline in mind. We're going to make sure that the process is thoughtful and thorough.
Interim Police Chief Colonel Dennis Delp will take over the role starting today. Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman begins his second term following his swearing in.
Ladies and gentlemen, the County Executive of Anne Arundel County, Stuart Pittman.
Pittman says that he is promising to work for not just the people who voted for him, but everyone in Anne Arundel County.
We commit to making county government more efficient, more effective, more transparent, and more connected to the communities it serves.
Pittman edged out Councilwoman Jessica Hare in the November election. The race was not called until a week after the election due to counting mail-in ballots. In Howard County, Calvin Ball also begins his second term in office. The county also swearing in its new council members. Well, Pfizer is seeking FDA approval. Just ahead, what would change in their COVID-19 shot for kids under 5?
New research on a simple shot that might help you treat pain. I'm Liz Bonus. We share what doctors want you to know to reduce the odds you'll need prescription painkillers. It's just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, COVID lockdown fury, China claiming to ease restrictions amid unprecedented protests. The president of the Government Accountability Institute joining us live with the quarantine center now in question. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now 4:41. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. It is 4:44, and there's new research from the National Institutes of Health, which shows therapy given at your doctor's office shows promise in treating pain. Medical reporter Liz Bonus explains how it works.
Hey there, everybody. In the continued push to reduce the needs for prescription painkillers to lower the risk of addiction, the NIH lending its support now for this new therapy that treats pain right where it hurts.
Anytime I lift anything, I'm having a lot of pain.
Kelly Winstrup needed this therapy today for a real pain in the elbow.
It goes all the way down my arm, to my wrist.
Turns out she has a common problem, Dr. Trevor Stefanski confirmed with an x-ray.
So that's generally known as tennis elbow. It's also known as lateral epicondylitis.
Physical therapy is always his first choice to treat it, so Kelly can get back to the range of motion she does not have now.
When we start getting tears in that area or degenerative changes in that area, it can make it painful with wrist extension and gripping.
But to help Kelly be able to do that therapy, he also gave her an injection of a combo of medication that really works, according to a new study just released by the National Institutes of Health.
It's a mixture between a short-acting and long-acting local anesthetic and a corticosteroid, which is similar to the anti-inflammatory hormones that your body makes.
The study found the calming effect of the local anesthetic can provide safe, immediate pain relief and help put Kelly back on the path to long-term healing.
The idea is if we can get it to heal back down or at least get back to a baseline, then it may not flare up again, so it should keep it at bay.
As for Kelly's eventual goal,
I would like to go bowling again.
we hope she can go bowling again, too. Dr. Stefanski says it is possible. As the injection fights the pain, she can build up the muscles and grip around it. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. Well, as children suffer from a surge in respiratory illnesses across the nation, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling on the federal government to step in and try and help. Now, in a letter obtained by CNN, the United States Health and Human Services Secretary tells governors around the country that the Biden administration is ready to help with resources, supplies, and personnel.
I've known people whose babies, only a few months old, are spending more than a week in the hospital because the babies are suffering from collapsed lungs and needed oxygen assistance to breathe. Their parents keep vigil next to the hospital bed. They don't go to sleep because they're worried their child will stop breathing and they'll miss it.
The surge in illnesses come as pain medicines like children's and acetaminophen and ibuprofen are in short supply. Johnson & Johnson says they are running production sites 24/7 just to try and keep up with the demand. Well, Pfizer and its partner are seeking FDA approval for their updated COVID-19 vaccine to be used in children under the age of 5. Children between 6 months and 4 years old are already cleared to get 3 extra small doses of the original Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine as their primary vaccine series. If the FDA approves this, a dose of Pfizer's updated bivalent vaccine will be substituted for their 3rd dose. This comes as respiratory illnesses, as we said, among children are spiking, overwhelming hospitals across the U.S. It is 4:48 here Tuesday morning. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's been tracking some rain coming into our forecast.
Yeah,
Justin.
exactly right. Good morning, Megan. We're already seeing some of the rain showers, just very light on our radar. I'll show you that here in just a second. Looking out over our Towson camera, right down York Road. Everything's starting off nice, and temperatures are a little warmer than where we were yesterday morning. Not those 20s, but right about 40 officially in Towson with no wind to speak of at this time. In terms of our HD radar, starting to get some colors on here. Some green colors, and yes, even some pink colors as well. You can see on our HD radar just a few light showers around the Baltimore region, but as you go a little bit further to the west around Frederick County and parts of Carroll County, that green changes over to a pink. So, excuse me, the radar is picking up the potential for at least a possibility of some light freezing rain in those areas. Allegheny County actually has a winter weather advisory for that freezing rain chance through 8 o'clock this morning. But if we see anything, it's really not going to be much in terms of actual precip. Now, as we take you through the next couple of hours, that rain will start to move through. So as you rise and shine with us, numbers staying mainly in the mid to upper 30s and even some lower 40s out there. We're actually going to see temperatures today that will be in the upper 40s and lower 50s, very similar to where we were yesterday. Even with all of that cloud cover around, we've got a kind of a mild air mass that is in place. Up and down the 95 corridor, even warmer in Philly and New York with mid 50s there, but lower 50s here for us in central Maryland down through D.C. This is a look at our future scan. So As we take you through about 8, 9 o'clock this morning, notice a couple of scattered showers. We're not talking about a lot of rain today. It'll be just overcast and kind of that spritz or that mist that will be around as we take you into the later part of the afternoon. Overnight tonight, late Tuesday night, early Wednesday morning, that's when another round of those showers will be here. So we'll wake it up to a wet commute on Wednesday morning. But by Wednesday afternoon, we will see this cold front that'll pass through. We actually will be warm out ahead of that, and we stay cloudy for most of Wednesday afternoon with temperatures that will be warmer. Behind the front, we get colder again, and we dry out on Thursday. That's going to be temporary because another weather maker is rolling in on Friday, and that's going to bring us more of the rain showers. Friday, as I talked about yesterday, will be the rainiest day of the week here. As we take you through the later part of the week and closer to the weekend, those numbers eventually will start to come down in terms of our temperatures and our precipitation. 13 days until Hanukkah. We're just 15 days out into the winter solstice, 19 days until Christmas. And here's a look at your 7-day forecast. 51 today, right about 60 tomorrow, even with the rain. Back to the upper 50s on Thursday, and then those numbers will come down. Rainy on Friday, but we're colder and drier, even though we keep the clouds around for this upcoming weekend. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's take a look at our roadways, see how we're shaping up out there. This is your Len Stoller Traffic Network right here. Our live cameras pulled up around our region, 4 of them right there for you. You can see we've got some light traffic building out there, but no major issues to report. Let's get a check of mass transit now. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we start with delays on the Penn line, Penn train 401 and Penn train 403, only running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. Out there on Light Rail Link, on-time service is what you'll find from end to end, and Metro Subway Link checking in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
So what did we learn about the recent Twitter document dump? What did it tell us about Hunter Biden's business deals and any possible involvement by his dad? I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington.
It is 4:54 and making headlines this morning. What does the latest Twitter document dump tell us about Hunter Biden's business deals and what President Joe Biden knew? Sinclair national correspondent Kayla Gaskins takes a closer look from Washington.
Newly released internal conversations at Twitter reveal the social media platform temporarily quieted the potentially politically damaging Hunter Biden laptop story just weeks before his father won the presidency. The suppressed New York Post article from October of 2020 disclosed emails on Hunter's laptop allegedly connecting Joe Biden to his son's international business deals taking place while Biden was vice president.
The question is, why was he getting that money? And he was getting the money because of who his father was. So his father plays a role, either directly or indirectly, in this drama. And that's why I think it's so important to investigate it.
In a string of tweets now dubbed the Twitter Files, journalist Matt Taibbi shows the company decided to suppress the story because it believed it included hacked materials, but without any evidence of such hacking. Taibbi tweeting, quote, "Twitter took extraordinary steps to suppress the story, removing links and posting warnings that it may be unsafe. They even blocked its transmission via direct message, a tool hitherto reserved for extreme cases like child pornography." According to Taibbi, Twitter granted requests from both the Trump and Biden teams to remove certain tweets, but the practice wasn't balanced because staff leans overwhelmingly left.
What he's showing here is evidence that the Biden campaign colluded with big tech to suppress a story that we now know is 100% true.
President Biden has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing. He had this to say on the topic last month.
I think the American public want us to move on.
Incoming House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer and his fellow Republicans are set to launch investigations as early as next month into whether or not President Biden is tied to his son's business deals. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
All right, Kayla, thank you. We did send questions to Maryland lawmakers, Congressman Kwesi Mfume and Andy Harris, as well as Senators Chris Van Hollen and Ben Cardin, asking, how do you plan to use your power to get to the bottom of this? Do you think there needs to be an investigative hearing into this matter? And are you concerned other social media platforms could have colluded with the Biden campaign? Well, Congressman Harris is the only one to respond in a statement saying this is a clear reason for Congress to investigate further and to remove protections from social media platforms. You can read the congressman's full response on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Two-time Emmy-winning actress Kirstie Alley has died. Her children announcing her death on social media last night, saying that their mother died after a short battle with cancer. Alley starred in the sitcom Cheers and the hit movie Look Who's Talking. She was just 71 years old. The man who shot Lady Gaga's dog walker and stole her French bulldogs will spend 21 years in prison. James Howard Jackson pleading no contest to attempted murder as part of a plea deal. Jackson shot the dog walker in February of 2021 and stole the pair of dogs. They were later returned. Jackson is one of 5 suspects charged. Officials say the connection to the pop star is purely coincidental and that it was the breed, the French bulldog, that the thieves were interested in. Taylor Swift fans are suing the parent company of Ticketmaster after experiencing issues buying tickets for her upcoming tour. The class action lawsuit accuses Live Nation Entertainment of fraud and violating several antitrust rules, among others. Millions of verified users joined the pre-sale event to buy tickets for Swift's upcoming tour. But according to those who are now suing, Ticketmaster let bots and unverified users flood pre-sale event when reps knew that it could not meet demand. Ticketmaster has previously apologized to fans and to the singer as well.
Today, Mayor Scott will announce the expansion of the group violence reduction strategy. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear why an expert says the plan isn't working.
Well, we are seeing rain showers that are eventually going to start moving in. A couple of sprinkles here and there already. We'll break down how long this rain's going to stick around and what it's going to do to our temperatures on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, December 6th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers this morning. He's got a look at our forecast for us.
Yeah, we're tracking some rain showers, guys, but actually we're not as cold as we were yesterday morning with the cloud cover that's around, so keeping us a little bit more mild. However, we're going to see that rain that we take a look outside from our live cam, our downtown Baltimore camera right now. Lots of cloud cover that's out there, and even a couple of sprinkles that we're already starting to see on our HD radar. You can see that right here, just moving through Baltimore City up toward Cockeysville, back out toward parts of Carroll County as well. Just light rain at this time, and we'll basically see off and on showers throughout the day today. These are those kind of milder temperatures I was talking about, 30s and lower 40s, so not the 20s that we started with yesterday. Cloudy and cool morning leading to rain showers through the day today and temperatures that will stay mild, and it's going to be a little wet, especially in the second half of your commute, with those temps staying in the 30s and 40s. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. How's it looking early on the roads, Tom?
Oh, it looks really good around the area. No issues to report around Baltimore. And taking a look at the Lens Solar Traffic Network here, you see some of the markers that are there, and those are for construction zones. No issues to report on any of the major roadways. Now to a city in crisis, another grim reminder of the city's deadly violence. We have live team coverage this morning.
Shannon Lilly joins us live from the Baltimore Police Department headquarters following the shooting death of a 19-year-old pregnant woman in Northeast Baltimore. She'll have more on this shocking crime and the search for that suspect.
But we begin with Olivia Dance, where Mayor Brandon Scott is set to announce an expansion of the group violence reduction strategy as violence is ongoing. Olivia?
Yeah, Tom, that's right. The mayor will announce the expansion of the group violence reduction strategy at 2 this afternoon right here at City Hall. Now, Fox 45 News has been looking into GVRS for months, and according to the data and experts that we spoke with, the strategy isn't actually stopping homicides from happening.
While the leaders in Baltimore and the police department spin their wheels on GVRS, the people of Baltimore are losing out not only on tax dollars, but in lives. More people are dying just elsewhere in the city.
That was Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute, who says the data suggests lives aren't being saved. Rather, the violence is moving across police district lines. The violence reduction plan has been attempted in Baltimore twice before. The mayor relaunched the program in 2021, rolling out the GVRS pilot program in the Western Police District. But when Fox 45 News pressed the mayor in September on the data, he says GVRS is working.
This is Baltimore, right? Western District crime typically is Western District crime. We're doing it the right way this time, not the failed way that they did 2 times before when they tried to rush too quickly.
And as the mayor is set to announce an expansion to GVRS today, violence continues to be out of control. The most recent data showing Baltimore has had 311 homicides this year, surpassing 300 homicides for the 8th year in a row.
No one wants to admit failure. So GVRS, unfortunately, is here to stay because people are going to continue to lie and spin tales about how it's a huge success. GVRS is truly the zombie policing strategy, and no one has the wherewithal or the weapons to kill it.
Now, the police commissioner, other local partners, and community leaders will all join the mayor at his announcement today. And, of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring the meeting, and we'll bring you the latest. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, also known as MONSE, is tasked with implementing the gun violence reduction strategy. That office also runs the Safe Streets program, which Fox 45 News has been investigating for months. Fox 45 News found mixed results when it comes to how effective that program is. Some Safe Streets areas have seen a decrease in shootings and homicides, while others have seen increases. That data was confirmed in an internal report earlier this year. Now, we've seen several shootings in Safe Streets zones in recent months. Back in August, 7 people were shot just a block away from the Park Heights Safe Streets building. Continuing our team coverage, the Baltimore Police Department has confirmed that the 19-year-old who was shot and killed over the weekend was pregnant.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from downtown Baltimore this morning with what we know about this case and how the community is honoring this teen. Shannon.
Well, that teen, Tom, has been identified as Jermira Burrell, and she and her unborn child are now the next victims of violence here in our city. That is 2 generations lost. Well, we are learning, according to social media posts, that she was also part of a local church. In fact, take a look right here on your screen. Greater Life Ministries here in Baltimore posting on Facebook saying, quote, "It is with heavy hearts we announce the passing of one of our youth members, Jamira Burrell. She is the daughter of our faithful leaders." Now, one pastor associated with the church also taking to Facebook saying, quote, "So unbelievable. She was in church Saturday morning glowing. Please keep the family in prayer." Well, according to police, the homicide happened here in Northeast Baltimore just after 3 Sunday morning. Investigators saying officers received reports of a shooting on Woodmont Avenue near Cochran Avenue, and when they got here, they found Burrell with gunshot wounds. Now, the teen was rushed to a hospital where investigators say she was pronounced dead a short time later. Investigators are not yet releasing a motive for the shooting, but we spoke with former Baltimore Police Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson. He's weighing in. Take a listen.
The sudden violent death of a 19-year-old pregnant woman, your mind automatically goes to the possibility of intimate partner violence. The police department doesn't have the luxury of focusing only on that. They're going to have to consider other possibilities. Could it be a robbery? Could it be some other random act of violence?
Well, at this point, no suspects have been identified. Detectives are asking anyone with information to call Baltimore police. Reporting live from the Baltimore Police Headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Now, this is the second time this year a pregnant woman has been shot and killed in Baltimore. Remember, in May, a 38-year-old mother was killed in a drive-by shooting in East Baltimore. Doctors were able to deliver her baby. At the time, Mayor Brandon Scott was emotional when talking about that incident.
And to be quite honest and frank, I don't really give a what the conflict was.
Now, those two women are among more than 300 people killed in Baltimore this year. Victims include children, mothers, fathers. Fox 45 News has told some of their stories. You can find all of our reporting on the city's violence on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Fox 45 News presses the Baltimore City Council president following the veto of the pension bill, who he is placing blame on this morning.
We got a few light showers to kick off your Tuesday morning. This is how it's going to be today with some of the rain that we have to deal with. I'll explain more about what it's going to do to impact your afternoon and the week ahead. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. Stay with us. 5:09 is your time right now on your Tuesday morning, and we are seeing a lot of cloud cover out there and even a couple of light showers. You can kind of see that rain here from this vantage point. Our Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam looking out over the Inner Harbor. Mr. Bo says take it slow, only because we'll have that rain that'll be with us off and on through the morning hours, and temps in the upper 30s and lower 40s. So probably won't need to scrape the windshield this morning as much as we did yesterday. Back with your full forecast over on that big green wall. We'll do that in just a few. Patrice?
Thank you, Justin. As we are preparing for winter weather, we want to give you a few reminders about how to stay safe on the road when the snow does fall.
Now, AAA recommends driving slowly because you won't have much traction when driving on snow or ice.
Increase your following distance to at least 5 or 6 seconds because that will give you the space that you'll need if you have to stop suddenly.
Be careful when trying to drive up a snow-covered hill. You should try to avoid going up the snowy hill if you can, but if you cannot avoid it, AAA recommends picking up your speed before you reach the hill and do not stop while going up that hill. Polling locations open at 7 o'clock this morning in Georgia's highly anticipated Senate runoff race.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with early predictions. Megan.
I was trying to take you guys live to Atlanta, Georgia, which we're doing here. Very foggy start to that morning there. Just a few cars so you can see headlights right there. But this is a big morning for those folks there as we watch to see what is going to happen across the state. Incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock hoping to fend off an in-person Election Day push from Republicans and Trump-backed Herschel Walker. The race, though, guys, really started weeks ago with early voting. So far, more than 1.8 million people have cast their ballots. Typically, early votes favor the Democratic candidate, and election days tend to skew more Republican. Taking a look at a few of the polls updated just last night, showing Warnock with a slight edge in just about all of these polls. But keep in mind, polls looked about the same when the race was too close to call in last month's primaries. Again, polls open up at 7 o'clock this morning, just under 2 hours from now. They're going to be open till 7 tonight. We'll keep you posted as results start coming in. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
Another rash of Hyundai thefts in Howard County. What is causing these cars to be the top target? 5:11 is the time.
Making your headlines this morning, Baltimore Police Department investigating after a number of cars were vandalized in northeast Baltimore. Police say the break-ins happening Sunday morning along Lock Raven and Hillen Roads, and we are told about a dozen cars were vandalized with items in them stolen. There's no word on any suspects.
Police say Hyundai cars are a top target by thieves in Howard County. 3 cars were reported stolen this weekend, including 2 taken from the same block in Laurel. One happened Friday, the other happened Sunday night along Stebbing Way. A silver Hyundai Elantra stolen from Murray Hill Road in Columbia overnight. That was Friday into Saturday. You can see our reporting on the TikTok challenge associated with these thefts. It's on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
5:15 now. In Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski is officially starting his second term. Yesterday, also marking Baltimore County Police Chief Melissa Hyatt's last day in office. County Executive is now tasked with finding a new chief.
What's more important for me is making sure that it is exhaustive and that we find the right person to lead the agency in the years ahead. So we don't have a specific timeline in mind. We're going to make sure that the process is thoughtful and thorough.
Interim Police Chief Colonel Dennis Delp will take over the role starting today.
Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman begins his second term following his swearing in.
Ladies and gentlemen, the County Executive of Anne Arundel County, Stuart Pittman.
Well, Pittman says he's promising to work for not just the people who voted for him, but everyone in Anne Arundel County.
We commit to making county government more efficient, more effective, more transparent, and more connected to the communities it serves.
Pittman edged out Councilwoman Jessica Hare in the November election. The race was not called until a week after Election Day due to counting mail-in ballots.
In Howard County, Executive Calvin Ball also begins his second term in office. The county also swore in its new council members. Well, take a look at this. NASA's Artemis 1 Orion spacecraft captures stunning new images while on its return back to Earth.
The uncrewed Orion capsule sailed within 80 miles of the lunar surface. This is the closest approach to the moon for a human-built spacecraft since Apollo 17. The spacecraft will splash down in the Pacific near San Diego on Sunday. Astronauts could be part of a mission as soon as 2024, but a lunar landing expedition wouldn't happen until 2025, which is still not that far off.
No, it's not. 5:17 is the time now. We want to find out exactly what the weather's like here on Earth. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has that.
Can we take that shot again, please? I don't know if we can re-roll it, Mike, or not, but at the beginning of it, because the best part about that shot is that there is a crescent Earth. So if you look at this right here, this is cool, right? Passing by the moon. But then watch this next shot. I think it's the one that's right after this. You see a crescent Earth. Usually we see a crescent right there. Look, you see in the bottom of the right, that's a crescent Earth, you guys. That's the moon.
Pretty cool.
That's what they see when you know when we see the crescent moon. Yeah, anyway. Sorry, I'm like the double rainbow guy. I'm very excited. Oh my God, it's a double rainbow.
That was worth being excited. I get it.
See, I was like, man, that's so cool that we have that. All right, let's take a look. Yes, weather on Earth. We've got some rain that we're dealing with. Not much right now. As we look out over our Towson camera, you can kind of see the shine on the roadways. That's what we're seeing, just a couple of light showers here. This is what's going to greet you as you step outside, but temperatures are in the 30s and 40s. So yes, chilly, but not nearly those 20s that we saw yesterday morning. And believe me, if we were that cold, we'd be talking about a way different scenario here for our morning commute. This is our HD radar. You can see as we put the radar into motion, a few of those light showers, some even light to moderate showers from Catonsville, just south of Baltimore, down through Glen Burnie. That is moving right up into Baltimore City and moving out toward Baltimore County as well. So those HD radar showers basically showing the green. We did have a little bit of pink up there right around the Maryland and PA line. It was picking up some freezing rain just with some of the colder temperatures. But overall, Eldersburg up into Westminster and Carroll County, you're seeing some light rain showers at this time. We do have a winter weather advisory for Allegheny County. It goes until 8 o'clock this morning, where you could see some freezing rain there. So if you are traveling to that part of the state this morning, just be aware of that. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, go ahead and make sure they have the umbrella and the rain jacket ready to go. Again, temps are mainly in the 40s here through the middle part of the day, even lower 50s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. And that's what we'll be dealing with, off and on showers. Numbers across Carroll and Baltimore counties in the upper 40s and lower 50s here for us. Towson out through Reisterstown into Eldersburg for the afternoon. Numbers in Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in the upper 40s and lower 50s later today. And Eastern Shore, you're going to see those numbers also in the low to mid 50s, a little warmer for you there. Got to fly over to Easton and Talbot County yesterday afternoon. Definitely a good time. Not real nice folks over there at KESN. All right, so here's a look at our future scan. Taking you through 9 o'clock this morning, we're going to see more IMC today, pilots. That's what we're talking about, instrument meteorological conditions. Got a couple of showers here and there as we take you into that 3 and 4 o'clock hour this afternoon. And then as we head into early Wednesday morning, more of those showers will be with us. So we're going to wake up with a wet commute on Wednesday. But by Wednesday afternoon, we'll start to clear things out. And Thursday actually looks okay. We'll dry out for a bit. That's temporary because another weather maker rolling in on Friday. That's going to bring more rain showers to the area, even some snow to parts of Pennsylvania as we get closer to the weekend. Here's a look at our 7-day forecast. 51 today. We're going to actually be at 60 tomorrow. Back to the upper 50s on Thursday. Colder air is going to start coming in on Friday. Well, we'll see those showers around Friday afternoon. And then Saturday and Sunday right now looking dry, even though we'll keep the cloud cover around. Temperatures only in the mid to upper 40s. All right, now for a check on mass transit, we'll check in with Mark Jones of the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, we've got Camden train 841 and Brunswick train 890, both running about 5 minutes late for the start. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Out there on Light Rail Link, nothing in your way. On-time service in both directions of Light Rail Link, and Metro Subway Link checking in on schedule in both directions as well between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
An inspirational story coming out of the Mayor's Christmas Parade, how a drummer isn't letting his disability stop him from making music.
Ravens heading to Pittsburgh to take on the Steelers this weekend. An update on Lamar Jackson's knee injury. 521, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .524, a drummer in this year's Christmas parade in Baltimore City is proving you can do anything you set your mind to.
Photojournalist Drew Fox shows us how he is beating the odds to fulfill his passion.
Today is the 49th annual Mayor's Christmas Parade.
I guess just the sound. I started playing drums when I was 2 years old. It was one of my favorite things to do as a drummer, just learning different chops.
He's phenomenal. When you see him, you'll understand exactly what I mean.
Yeah, he sounds great.
I lost my vision when I was 6 years old to cancer. I had bilateral retinoblastoma. When I first lost my vision, I was still trying to see, if that makes sense.
I don't know too many people that can play that are sighted that can play the drum the way he plays it.
This is Santa Claus. As me being blind, I was just like, I have to work twice as hard as everyone else to find a different way of doing it. I view it as an opportunity. There's always an opportunity to prove yourself.
His work ethic with the drums he wants to do it. He does not want to not do it.
It was just waking up every day, being depressed. Oh, I can't do it. I never could do it. After I told myself I can't, I was like, I'm going to make my list of I can longer than my list of I can. Every challenge that I had, I just faced it head on. I feel as though a lot of disabled people have secret talents that no one ever really, sits down to try to notice. We just want to be treated just like everyone else. That's all I really can ask for all the disabled people. Just give us a chance to try.
Great story. Well, let's talk about some inspiration right here. Lamar Jackson will likely miss this Sunday's game against the Steelers because of that knee injury he suffered during the last game. He'll be evaluated, though, on a week-to-week basis.
He left Sunday's win over the Broncos after suffering a big hit. When he started to scramble in the first quarter, he was brought down hard directly on his left knee.
He's been through the MRIs, and I would say it's kind of week to week. It's going to be a weekly thing. So as the week goes on, we'll see for this week. It's probably less likely for this week, but it's not impossible. And then after that, it'll become more and more likely.
Backup Tyler Huntley, likely starter, similar to when Jackson was hurt last year. The team says they have confidence because Huntley's skill set is similar to Jackson's.
He's a player that's got a lot of dynamics to his game, and he can throw, he can run, he operates really well. Our players have a lot of confidence in him,
Well, after their match with the Steelers, the Ravens' Week 15 matchup will be against the Cleveland Browns on Saturday, December 17th.
From football, let's turn to the Orioles and baseball. The Birds confirm signing of right-handed pitcher Kyle Gibson to a one-year deal. He was a member of the National League champions Philadelphia Phillies.
Meanwhile, his new manager, Brandon Hyde, took home another honor. Baseball America named him Major League Baseball's Manager of the Year. That's pretty nice. He led the Birds to the biggest single-season turnaround in over 100 years.
City Council met for the first time since Mayor Scott vetoed the controversial pension bill. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're questioning the council president on the divide in City Hall.
And council members are divided. Coming up, how the mayor's veto of that pension bill could impact the future for City Council President Nick Mosby.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. And getting the kids off to school, just how much do they need to dress up today?
They're going to need an umbrella as part of whatever that dress up is. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has been telling us that.
Yeah, rain jacket, umbrella for sure, guys. Good morning to both of you. Good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday. It is Hump Day Eve as we take a look outside right now. We are seeing some of those light showers. You can kind of see that from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. It's not a lot of rain, and throughout the day today, we're not going to see major downpours, just kind of the steady off and on showers throughout most of your afternoon. 30s for Owings Mills, Cockeysville, Towson. We're at 40 in Bel Air, 41 in Brooklyn Park and Glen Burnie at this hour. I do have a yellow light on your morning drive from Mr. Bo, who says take it slow, only because you'll have to deal with the wet roads and the conditions out there as you make your way out. Wipers on, lights on. That's what you got to make sure to do. Next 3 days, 51 today. We actually get to 60 tomorrow, even with some leftover rain showers. We're back to the upper 50s on Thursday as we dry out, but more rain on the way as we head into this upcoming weekend. We'll take a closer look at that in just a few minutes. How are we looking on the roads right now, Patrice?
Well, let's see what happens as we pull up our Lynn Solar Traffic Network cameras. As we're looking at the roads around our area, we see people up and out, everybody moving along just fine, though. No issues on the road at all, not even a lot of volume at this hour.
5:32, and that's where our continuing coverage. Baltimore City's elected leaders will get a raise January 1st, and it's because of city legislation. It states if at least one city union or employee group receives a pay increase, all elected officials are entitled to a 2.5% raise. Union representing salaried city employees got a raise this summer. Now salaries will need to be adjusted. And according to the Board of Estimates agenda, City Council President, Comptroller, and all City Council members are benefiting from the raise. Notably, the raise will push Mayor Scott's salary above the $200,000 a year mark. Some experts that we spoke with take issue with the raise, arguing voters should have a say.
The U.S. Constitution actually prohibits the Congress from raising its own pay until there's an election. And in fact, the people of Baltimore deserve the opportunity to have a say on Brandon Scott and Nick Mosby's performance before they raise their own pay. Everybody leading the city of Baltimore should be hanging their heads in shame, not cashing paychecks for failing to perform. In a pay-for-performance system, the mayor and the city solicitor and everyone else getting a pay raise would be fired, not given a pay bump.
Now, along with Congress, the Maryland General Assembly also has to face the voters when it comes to pay raises. In the last legislative session, the General Assembly Compensation Commission voted to raise state lawmakers' salaries in the next term. And according to the state constitution, lawmakers cannot give themselves raises in their current term. They have to wait for the next term. Well, we want to know what you think about this. Do city leaders deserve a raise? And as you see at the bottom of your screen right there, so far, 100% of those who have voted right now say no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
While city council members will be getting a raise, they won't see any changes to their pension plan. Mayor Brandon Scott vetoed a bill that would have reduced the number of years they need to serve to earn a lifetime pension. Fox 45 News is questioning City Council President Nick Mosby about it after the first council meeting since the veto. Our team coverage begins with Olivia Dance and the council president's next moves when it comes to that pension plan. Olivia?
Well, good morning. And yeah, as you mentioned, this was the first city council meeting right here at City Hall since the mayor's veto. And during the meeting, there was no lengthy discussion on the matter, but Fox 45 News did question Council President Nick Mosby. Mosby sponsored the controversial pension bill that would have reduced the years of service for some elected leaders from 12 years to just 8 years of service to receive lifetime benefits for part-time work.
I didn't whip the vote, nor am I going to whip a veto. I think the mayor has spoken. He wants to keep it not balanced. Some council members have spoken that there's a conflict of interest, and we're going to move forward with it.
But Mosby's now saying he won't push to override the mayor's veto after the mayor said he believes there's potential ethical issues with the bill. He also sent his response to the veto in a letter to the mayor, saying he disagreed with the ethics board's concerns about the legislation. Mosby also pointing fingers at Fox 45 News' owners' financial support for Question K, despite voters overwhelmingly passing the bill. Now, Question K puts term limits on city leaders. And in the letter, Mosby also draws attention to what seems to be a divide in city government, saying, quote, "We missed a chance once again to work together to resolve your concerns through the legislative process. Residents are truly tired of the disconnection of city government and officials."
Is there a divide in city government that you're referring to?
There's no divide.
Well, explain what you meant.
It's just a statement. It's pretty straightforward. Like, we had a chance to talk before the decision was made. It's the council. It was the mayor's prerogative, so it's fine with me. But there is no discord. There's no concern.
Although it seems the pension bill is off the table, Mosby could still push to override the mayor's veto with 10 votes. But the mayor says the votes don't appear to be there. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. The city council moved quickly on the pension bill. It took about 3 weeks from when President Nick Mosby introduced it to its final passage. For comparison, a dirt bike ordinance took about 6 weeks to make it that far. A bill targeting gun violence in 2020 took nearly 3 months just to get to a final vote.
The fast-tracked bill sponsored by City Council President Nick Mosby is leaving council members on different sides.
And Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with how the veto could be shaping the 2024 election outlook. Shannon.
Well, this is just the latest blow for City Council President Nick Mosby, Tom, and we know that it highlights a potential divide amongst leaders inside City Council, some who may be eyeing an opportunity come 2024. We spoke with our political analyst, John Deedy, about that. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I think what you're seeing is people starting to pick up sides. They see a weakened leader, and a weakened leader is like a wounded animal, and it is definitely subject to prey. I think there's a lot of different teams. There's a team Mosby, there's a team Brandon, there's also even maybe a team Cohen.
Yeah, Deedy believes Councilman Zeke Cohen sees an opportunity and wants to run for City Council President. And you'll remember Cohen has not been afraid of pushing back on the council president. We saw it during an affordable housing hearing. Yeah, that's the same one that broke fire codes and sparked an inspector general report. We also saw it again when it came to Mosby's pension plan that would have made it easier for part-time council members to earn lifetime benefits.
The idea that we would rush a really important piece of legislation that's going to have a long-term impact on the fiscal health of the city, to me, felt incredibly irresponsible.
Well, since that pension plan was shot down by Mayor Scott, Deedy says other council members have a decision to make moving forward: continue to back Mosby, challenge him, or look elsewhere. Now, he also says the support for the council president is going to depend and hinge on what happens with his wife, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, inside federal court. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
5:38 now. The CDC says this year's influenza vaccines appear to be a good match to the strains currently circulating around the country.
Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning with the uptick in cases around the country, though, that are happening right now. Megan.
Yeah, taking a live look over Washington, D.C. here, guys, home of the CDC headquarters, where the agency is now reporting that most of the viruses tested this season are similar to the strains that were picked out by officials before the vaccines were made. That's some good news. And this data coming at good time, nonetheless, as flu cases are soaring after Thanksgiving gatherings. The CDC now reporting a 25.1% positive rate in influenza testing for the week ending on November 26th. Let's go ahead and take a look at cases by state here. Check it out. Every single state in the continental United States now reporting a moderate to high level, very high level of cases for the week ending November 26th. The only exceptions are Michigan, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Even with vaccines proving to be effective this year, the CDC is reporting some 8.7 million infections so far, reminding everyone it's not too late to get the shot. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you.
Ain't nobody had you right there, nobody.
Frustrated DPW employees sounding the alarm to Fox 45 News. Why they say fewer collections are letting the trash and frustration pile up.
A few light showers to kick off your Tuesday morning. Our Weather Authority team is tracking how long the rain stays with us. 5:40 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:42 is your time right now. We're 18 minutes in front of 6 o'clock, and we are starting the morning with a few of these light showers. You can actually see them right there on your radar from Severn up into Baltimore toward Towson, moving over toward Edgewood and Bel Air. So, again, have the rain gear ready to go, the umbrella and the rain jacket. Temperatures, yeah, it's chilly, 30s and 40s, but not nearly as cold as we were yesterday morning. And actually, as you get out the door, I get that rain gear, as I mentioned, and the umbrella. No need for the sunglasses for today, as we will stay cloudy. We'll have a look at your full forecast taking you through the rest of the weekend into this upcoming weekend in just a few. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Mayor Brandon Scott will announce the expansion of the group violence reduction strategy. Why some believe the GVRS isn't actually stopping any homicides from happening.
History in the making in Georgia for the midterm election runoff. The candidate in the lead now and what this could mean for the state. 5:43 is the time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.546, and take a look at this. UPS delivery driver's reaction to seeing snacks on a customer's doorstep has gone viral on social media. Tony Hilson Barnett says that she and her husband started leaving snacks for delivery drivers during the holidays 3 years ago. Ever since the height, look at this dance, the height of the pandemic, they have been more reliant on deliveries and wanted to show their appreciation.
Oh, no way! Yes! Oh, dude, we're back again with the Capri Suns! I think this is where I went viral, isn't it? Yeah, you guys are awesome. Thank you. Doritos. Thank you. Have a great day. Thanks for making me go viral.
Snacks become a tradition in their Louisville, Kentucky neighborhood, and the homeowners hope more people will follow their example.
There's holiday decorating, and then there's the Pelkey.
And Michael Pelkey of Mesa, Arizona, they started going all out for Christmas about 12 years ago. Look at that. And they call their decorations a birthday letter to Jesus. The display took about 2.5 months to complete, though, and has more than 100,000 lights in total.
About 15,000 are just on the tree. There's even a photo booth where people can stick their head through to look like little elves. It is a display guaranteed to put you in the holiday spirit. I like that.
That is really cool.
Their neighbors are like, blinded, but it's great.
Is it one switch? Is it a bunch of switches? Don't you always think it's like one switch? It's like, yeah. Lit up the sky right there. In fact, it's that time of year where we're thinking, okay, maybe some snow falling on some of those things would even make it more.
Don't say that.
More Christmassy, right?
No.
All I can think of is Julia Louis-Dreyfus in Christmas Vacation when he, gets it on, and then she's like, she's
trips
blinded.
over the bed and everything.
But I got to ask you guys, both of you, I've lived here now, I'm coming up on 2 years. Do they have like big light displays that you can like drive through and stuff?
Yes,
Where?
they do.
Where?
We're not going to tell you.
Oh, okay.
I was just looking at one. So there's some in Carroll County, Cascade Lights, but that's not a drive-through one. And then in Columbia, they have the Symphony of Lights.
I'm looking at places
through.
that I can fly over.
Oh, yeah.
Like, and check big lighting. Again, at night, Tom and I can go up there. We can fly around and check all the lights. That's what we want to do.
Okay. We'll start requesting that.
Right.
Tell people where, the flyover.
Yeah, right. Expect requesting a Tom and Justin flyover. Hey, FOX45. All right, good morning, everybody. Yeah, this is what we're looking at this morning. We are starting off a little rainy. We're seeing some of the rain showers right there from our downtown Baltimore camera. Let's put that radar into motion, show you where some of these showers are. Right up 83, right up into Cockeysville, up toward Moncton and Sparks, toward Jacksonville in northern Baltimore County, down toward Baltimore City. You're seeing some of those showers that just rolled through, and another round from Arbutus over to Brooklyn Park, moving up into Elk Ridge and Glen Burnie, right up toward the city, and then out toward Dundalk, Middle River, and Essex as well. You're seeing some more of those showers. When you pull back a little bit further, once this line of showers rolls through, we get a bit of a break. And that's what's going to be taking place today. We'll see off and on showers here and there. We do have a winter weather advisory, speaking of that winter weather, in Allegheny County through 8 o'clock this morning, mainly for the potential of a little bit of light freezing rain. We're not looking at anything major here with this, but just be aware that that is happening in western Maryland with some of the colder temperatures. Upper 30s and lower 40s on your rise and shine cast as you grab that cup of coffee and enjoy breakfast with us this morning. Sun comes up at 7:12. We don't see much of the sun today. And golfers, probably not a good day to be out there. I mean, again, it's not going to be pouring rain all day, but it'll be kind of wet and temperatures that'll be in the upper 40s and lower 50s. In fact, 48 in Westminster and Cockeysville, 50 in Bel Air, 51 in Baltimore City and Annapolis, up and down the 95 corridor. Actually warmer in New York and Philly if you're heading up north on 95, with some colder temperatures in Harrisburg up into Scranton for PA. This is a look at our future scan. So notice what's going on with our showers, just kind of off and on showers. Most of the day we'll just see overcast conditions. We get some of that rain left over early tomorrow morning, so we'll have another wet commute on Wednesday. But by Wednesday afternoon, we actually will see drier air. And then Thursday looks to be the driest of the week ahead, with another weather maker bringing more rain to the area on Friday. And some of our models we were looking at yesterday showing us that we could see kind of that rain-snow mix around the Maryland-PA line early Saturday morning. Starting to back off on that right now, especially with temperatures that will stay in the upper 30s. So we're not looking at any kind of major winter weather, at least not yet. But we keep those temperatures above average through at least Thursday afternoon. Patrice?
All right, Justin, taking a look now at our Lynn-Stoller traffic network and the highways throughout our region. Volume starting to pick up just a little bit, but no issues to report. Everybody moving along just fine. Let's see if it's the same with mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find a couple delays. Penn Train 407 and Camden Train 843, both operating with about 5-minute delays. Train 511 on the Penn line canceled this morning. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service there. No delays in either direction. And Metro Subway Link on time from Owings Mills to Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
The U.S. and its allies imposing the biggest restrictions on Russian oil yet. I'm Atra Al-Nashar with how this could impact you at the pump.
Violence in the city claims the life of a young, soon-to-be mother. Still ahead this morning. The motive of the possibilities. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:55 and topping your consumer news, some relief at the pump for Maryland drivers. According to AAA, the current price of gas in Maryland is just over $3.40 a gallon. That is 30 cents lower than a month ago. So happy about that. The national price of gas also falling. It's now at $3.40 after being roughly $3.80 a month ago.
And while gas prices are dropping for the moment, two major developments expected this week could have a massive impact on the cost of energy worldwide. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar explains.
After months of watching horrors unfold in Ukraine, the U.S. and Western allies finally implementing a price cap on Russian oil, intended to stymie how the Kremlin funds its war. The G7, European Union, and Australia agree on a limit of $60 per barrel of Russian crude oil. Gas Buddy's Patrick DeHaan says it's unclear if this will work, since the price cap only prevents EU and G7 tankers from delivering oil above the cap.
Pipelines still can. And so from that aspect, Russia has promised to block exports or simply stop selling to countries that are engaging in the price cap.
At the same time, a Russian oil embargo taking effect in the EU Monday, prohibiting those imports by sea. Complicating matters, OPEC Plus announcing it will extend production cuts. The direction of demand, impacted by cold weather and Chinese lockdowns, could determine whether the West's plan works.
This certainly could backfire on either the EU or Russia. This is a very high-stakes game that Europe needs oil and Russia needs the revenue.
Nowhere are the stakes higher than in Ukraine, where President Volodymyr Zelensky calls the price cap a weak position,
which is quite comfortable for the budget of a terrorist state.
If Europe turns to the U.S. for supply, Americans could see gas prices rise. Production here at home still a source of tension between oil companies and the White House.
We know that this administration has completely slowed down the permitting process on both federal lands and federal waters.
DeHaan says there are limits to that argument.
They're producing more than they have in the last couple of years.
As U.S. gas prices continue to drop, with at least a dozen states averaging below $3 a gallon, according to Gas Buddy, it'll likely take weeks to know how much American drivers are insulated from these new policies. In the Capitol Hill Bureau, I'm Atra Al-Nashar, Fox 45 News.
Well, now to a health alert for you this morning as children suffer from a surge in respiratory illnesses all across our nation. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling on the federal government to step in and help out.
Now, in a letter obtained by CNN, the United States Health and Human Services Secretary tells governors around the country that the Biden administration is ready to help with resources, supplies, and personnel.
I've known people whose babies, only a few months old, are spending more than a week in the hospital because the babies are suffering from collapsed lungs and needed oxygen assistance to breathe. Their parents keep vigil next to the hospital bed. They don't go to sleep because they're worried their child will stop breathing and they'll miss it.
Now, the surge in illnesses comes as pain medicines like children's acetaminophen and ibuprofen are in short supply. Johnson & Johnson says they're running production sites 24/7 to try and keep up with demand.
Download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Search WBFF in your app store.
Today, Mayor Scott will announce an expansion to the group violence reduction strategy. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear why an expert says the plan isn't working.
Police confirm a 19-year-old shot and killed over the weekend was pregnant. Coming up, the latest in this investigation and how the community is remembering her.
A wet start to your Tuesday morning. As we head toward the afternoon, we'll talk about how long this rain sticks around and how the temperatures are going to fare. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, December 6th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and grab the umbrella today because it's going to be a wet one.
That's right. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see when, where, how much.
Well, and that's the thing, guys. We're not talking about a lot of rain today. It'll just be kind of that steady off and on rain with cloudy conditions. But our temperatures are not too bad. As we take a look outside right now from our downtown Baltimore camera, our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam showing us that we have the wet weather and the wet roads that are out there at this time. So if you haven't stepped outside yet, just know you'll need your windshield wipers on and those lights on as well. So that is state law. Got to make sure to do that. Here's a look at that HD radar. Those showers moving right through Baltimore City and Cockeysville up into Aberdeen and parts of northeastern sections of Maryland. So our temperatures are mainly in the 30s and actually some lower 40s, not nearly as cold as yesterday morning. It's still chilly when you make your way out. Cloudy and cool morning, rain showers today, temperatures that will stay mild. I do have a yellow light on our morning commute. Mr. Bo says take it slow with the wet roads and temps that stay mainly in the 40s for the next few hours. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now to a city in crisis. Another grim reminder the city's deadly violence affects everyone. And we have live team coverage for you this morning.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from the Baltimore Police Department headquarters following the shooting death of a 19-year-old pregnant woman in northeast Baltimore. She's going to have more on this shocking crime and the search for suspects.
We begin with Olivia Dance, where Mayor Brandon Scott is set to announce an expansion to the group violence reduction strategy as violence is ongoing. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom, that's right. Mayor Scott will announce an expansion to the group violence reduction strategy at 2 this afternoon right here at City Hall. Now, Fox 45 News has been looking into GVRS for months, and according to the data and experts that we spoke with, the strategy isn't actually stopping homicides from happening.
While the leaders in Baltimore and the police department spin their wheels on GVRS, the people of Baltimore are losing out not only on tax dollars, but in lives. More people are dying just elsewhere in the city.
That was Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute, who says the data suggests lives aren't being saved. Rather, the violence is moving across police district lines. The violence reduction plan has been attempted in Baltimore twice before. The mayor relaunched the program in 2021, rolling out the GVRS pilot program in the Western Police District. But when Fox 45 News pressed the mayor in September on the data, he says GVRS is working.
This is Baltimore, right? Western District crime typically is Western District crime. But we're doing it the right way this time, not the failed way that they did 2 times before when they tried to rush too quickly.
And as the mayor is set to announce an expansion to GVRS today, violence continues to be out of control. The most recent data showing Baltimore has had 311 homicides this year, surpassing 300 homicides for the 8th year in a row.
No one wants to admit failure. So GVRS, unfortunately, is here to stay because people are going to continue to lie and spin tales about how it's a huge success. GVRS is truly the zombie policing strategy, and no one has the wherewithal or the weapons to kill it.
The police commissioner, other local partners, and community leaders will all join the mayor at today's announcement. And of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring the meeting and will bring you the latest. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
The mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, also known as MONSE, is tasked with implementing the gun violence reduction strategy. That office also runs the Safe Streets program, which Fox 45 News has been investigating for months. Fox 45 News found mixed results when it comes to how effective that program is. Some Safe Streets areas have seen a decrease in shootings and homicides, while others have seen increases. That data was confirmed in an internal report earlier this year. We've seen several shootings in Safe Street zones in recent months. Back in August, 7 people were shot just a block away from the Park Heights Safe Streets building. Continuing our team coverage now, the Baltimore Police Department has confirmed that the 19-year-old who was shot and killed over the weekend was pregnant.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from downtown Baltimore this morning with what we know about this case and how the community is honoring this teen. Shannon.
Well, that teen has now been identified, Tom, as Jamira Burrell. She and her unborn child becoming the next victims of gun violence right here in our city. That is 2 generations lost. Well, we are also now learning, according to social media posts, that she was part of a local church. In fact, take a look at this post from the Greater Life Ministries right here on your screen. They say, quote, "It is with heavy hearts we announce the passing of one of our youth members, Jamira Burrell. She is the daughter of our faith leaders." One pastor associated with the church also taking to Facebook saying, quote, "So unbelievable. She was in church Saturday morning glowing. Please keep this family in prayer." Well, according to police, the homicide happened here in Northeast Baltimore just after 3 Sunday morning. Investigators say officers received reports of a shooting on Woodmont Avenue near Cochran Avenue. And when they got here, they found Burrell with gunshot wounds. Now, the teen was rushed to a hospital where investigators say she was pronounced dead a short time later. Investigators are not yet releasing a motive for the shooting, but we spoke with former Baltimore Police Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson. He's weighing in.
The sudden, violent death of a 19-year-old pregnant woman, your mind automatically goes to the possibility of intimate partner violence. The police department doesn't have the luxury of focusing only on that. They're going to have to consider other possibilities. Could it be a robbery? Could it be some other random act of violence?
Well, at this point, no suspects have been identified, but detectives are asking anyone with information to call the Baltimore Police Department. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:05, and this is the second time this year a pregnant woman has been shot and killed in Baltimore. In May, a 38-year-old mother was killed in a drive-by shooting in East Baltimore, and doctors were able to deliver her baby. At the time, Mayor Brandon Scott was emotional in talking about that incident.
And to be quite honest and frank, I don't really give a what the conflict was.
Well, those two women are among more than 300 people killed in Baltimore this year. Victims include children, mothers, fathers. Fox 45 News has told some of their stories. You can find all of our reporting on the city's deadly violence on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
The Archdiocese abuse case is now sealed. After the break, how this impacts those who plan to speak out at the court proceedings.
And the polls in Georgia open in just under an hour here this morning. How the Senate runoff race is shaping up.
T-minus 19 days until Christmas, and you can see the Christmas lights looking good. A little wet for your morning in Towson. Back with your full forecast on Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local, all morning.
6:09 and making your headlines this morning, the public will not be able to see continued court proceedings over the release of a state report into sex abuse inside the Catholic Church of Baltimore. A Baltimore Circuit judge has ordered the case to be sealed. The attorneys representing some of the people named in the report are fighting the release. A nearly 4-year state investigation found 158 priests accused of abuse. Most of them already are known, but the report also found more than 600 abuse victims.
An investigation is underway following a number of cars being vandalized in northeast Baltimore. Police say the break-ins happened Sunday morning along Lock Raven and Hillen Road. We're told that about a dozen cars were vandalized and items in them were stolen. No word on any suspects.
Police say Hyundai cars are a top target in thieves in Howard County. Now, 3 cars were reported stolen this weekend, including 2 taken from the same block in Laurel. One happened Friday, the other happening Sunday night along Stebbing Way. Silver Hyundai Elantra was stolen from Murray Hill Road in Columbia overnight Friday into Saturday. You can see all of our reporting on the TikTok challenge associated with these thefts on foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. 6:10 and polling locations open at 7 o'clock this morning in Georgia's highly anticipated Senate runoff race.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with early predictions. Megan.
Guys, taking you live to Atlanta, Georgia here this morning. Little foggy as they get up and get started. You can see the cars moving through, but this is the day that many people there have been waiting for. We've got the Senate runoff happening here today. Incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock is hoping to fend off an in-person Election Day push from Republicans and the Trump-backed Herschel Walker there. But this race really started, guys, weeks ago with early voting. So far, more than 1.8 million people have cast their ballots. Now, typically, early votes favor the Democratic candidate, and election days tend to skew more Republican. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the latest polls actually updated just last night. Many of them, actually, just about all of them, showing Warnock with a slight edge there. Keep in mind, though, polls looked about the same when the race was still too close to call in last month's primaries. Again, polls open up in just under an hour from right now. They're going to be open until 7 o'clock tonight. We'll keep you posted as those results start coming in. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
Some Anne Arundel County students are making a dangerous trek to school, and now they're finally seeing a solution. Still ahead in Project Baltimore, why it took months to happen.
A pandemic-era change to Baltimore's trash pickup has trash collectors here in the city feeling burnt out. We'll tell you why with one whistleblower coming up after the break. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:14. Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski is officially starting his second term.
Now, yesterday also marked Baltimore County Police Chief Melissa Hyatt's last day in office. County Executive is now tasked with finding a new chief.
What's more important for me is making sure that it is exhaustive and that we find the right person to lead the agency in the years ahead. So we don't have a specific timeline in mind. We're going to make sure that the process is thoughtful and thorough.
Interim Police Chief Colonel Dennis Delp will take over the role starting today.
Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman is now starting his second term.
Ladies and gentlemen, the County Executive of Anne Arundel County, Stuart Pittman.
Pittman says he's promising to work for not just the people who voted for him, but everyone in Anne Arundel County.
We commit to making county government more efficient, more effective, more transparent, and more connected to the communities it serves.
Pittman edged out Councilwoman Jessica Hare in the November election. That race wasn't called until a week after Election Day due to counting of the mail-in ballots.
In Howard County, Executive Calvin Ball also begins his second term in office. The county also swore in its new council members.
And it's a new era in Harford County.
Former state senator Bob Castley begins his first term as the new county executive, replacing Barry Glassman, who ran for the state comptroller.
Castley, a fellow Republican, was a staunch supporter of the original Kiana-Hawley bill that would have mandated minimum sentences for people convicted of attacking officers. That bill ultimately stalled when Democrats turned it into a proposed scholarship fund for families of fallen first responders.
All right, 6:16 is the time. Cold and wet or just wet today? That's the question.
Well, it sounds like it's going to be a little warmer, so I guess, you know, that's the trade-off. That's the good news. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has all the details.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Today, it's National Microwave Oven Day. Where would we be without our radar ranges, right? I mean, be able to zap it in and get that popcorn for a movie night. Yeah. 1 minute later. Like 2 minutes later?
You'd have to do the old school Jiffy on the stovetop.
Yeah. Oh, man, the Jiffy on the stovetop.
I have some of that at home still.
Really?
We do
You
that.
have one of those?
I do.
I didn't even think they made those anymore.
I'm going to pop it and video it and show it.
Okay. All right, good. Now I want popcorn. All right, let's take a look outside. Yes, the temperatures are not too bad. Notice on the right side of your screen, we are not waking up to 20s this morning. More of us are in the 30s and 40s. So with the cloud cover allowing our temperatures to kind of be more mild. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, we just had some rain that passed through downtown Baltimore. Where that line of showers is now out toward eastern Baltimore County and Harford County as well. From Bel Air down through Perry Hall, you're seeing that in White Marsh, Essex, and Middle River, all the way down through Dundalk and out through Sparrows Point and Edgemere. Off toward the eastern shore, Chestertown, you're seeing that. Centerville, even over toward Rock Hall, and just to the west of Easton, some showers are going to start moving into your area, kind of crossing the Bay Bridge at this time. Now, we pull back a little bit further, and you can actually see less of that rain that's rolling through, so we'll get more of a break, and that's what's going to be taking place throughout the day today. We do have one winter weather advisory for Allegheny County through 8 o'clock this morning, where we could pick up some light freezing rain. We're not really seeing much in the way of precipitation there, so the National Weather Service just making sure that you use caution if you're trying to head out to the western part of Maryland. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they have got the rain gear and the umbrellas ready to go. Again, we're not talking about a ton of rain today, but it'll just be those scattered showers that'll be hanging around. Mid to upper 40s for our temps by noon, and even into the lower 50s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. A lot of us still in the upper 40s, so kind of close to average for this time of year. For Westminster and Eldersburg over to the Hereford zone, 48 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 51 there, Canton and Fells for you this afternoon. Numbers in Harford and Cecil counties also in the lower 50s for Rising Sun and Northeast down through Perryman, even Aberdeen at 52 for this afternoon. And up and down the 95 corridor, actually warmer in Philly and New York with mid 50s today, lower 50s for Baltimore and D.C. Now, taking a look at our temperature tracker, notice our numbers actually go up a little bit tomorrow and even on Thursday above average. Those numbers come back down to earth and kind of right along that average line as we get into this upcoming weekend. So it will be a bit colder. On our future scan, here we go. You can see not a lot of rain here, just kind of those off and on showers. More of that rain heads in late tonight into early tomorrow morning. So right about this time tomorrow, we'll be talking about another wet commute. But by tomorrow afternoon, we'll get a break in the rain, even though those clouds stay with us. Thursday is going to be the driest day before another weather maker rolls in on Friday, and that's going to bring us even more rain as we approach the upcoming weekend. 7-day forecast looks like this. You can see those temperatures, as I mentioned, above average through Thursday. We're back closer to average Friday, and Saturday and Sunday still carrying a chance for a couple of showers, but overall mostly cloudy skies really don't clear up until early next week. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. 6:19 now to your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, and we're hearing about a crash on 97 southbound right near Baltimore-Annapolis Boulevard, but we're not seeing any slowdown there, and the cameras are not revealing any flashing lights or anybody even hitting the brakes at that moment. So hopefully that's just a bad marker for us and everyone's moving along just fine. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, 10 train 511 had been canceled earlier due to a mechanical issue, but they were able to address that issue, and now that train is operating, but operating with more than a 40-minute delay out there on the Penn line of MARC. Penn train 413 is canceled, and we've got train 872 on the Brunswick line operating with about a 5-minute delay at present. Allow time for travel in that instance. If your ride is on light rail link, nothing in your way. Looking good, in fact, in both directions of light rail link service. Metro Subway link on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
All right, well, it's 6:20, and as we prepare for winter weather, thankfully, it's only rain now, but we already know that's going to at some point become snow. So we have some reminders for how you can stay safe on the road when the snow does fall.
AAA recommends making sure you drive slowly because you won't have much traction when driving on either snow or ice. Increase your following distance to at least 5 or 6 seconds. It will give you plenty of space if you need to stop suddenly.
And be careful when you're driving up a snow-covered hill. First of all, you should try to avoid going up a snowy hill if you can, but if you can't avoid it, AAA recommends that you pick up your speed before you reach the hill and you just don't stop. Make it to the top.
Flu cases are surging across the country. How effective this year's vaccine is proving to be.
City Council met for the first time since Mayor Scott vetoed the controversial pension bill. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're questioning the council president on the divide in City Hall. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.24 and developing now. Trash and frustration are piling up for one Baltimore City trash collector who is blowing the whistle this morning on a mounting problem.
And Taylor Stewart is joining us live from downtown Baltimore with this person who spoke with Fox 45 News anonymously. Taylor.
That's right, Tom Patrice. This person did not want their identity out because, frankly, he doesn't want to lose his job. But he says trash pickup crews here in the city of Baltimore are burnt out and worn out because of the change that was made during the pandemic that made trash pickup bi-weekly instead of once a week. Now, at this point, he says crews are just tired and they need some relief. Take a listen.
It's too much work on one person. They put 7, 8 cans out like that. Try to empty the whole house. I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, at this point, he says it's taking a toll on his health and his home life. And at this point, it doesn't seem like there are any changes that are going to happen immediately. Now, last month, there was a hearing with DPW, and the head said there's no way they're going to be able to change this right now. They have 700 open positions, and because of that, it's just not possible to change it. But we did hear from folks who do collect trash, and they say they think their issue in recruitment has to do with morale at the department, like all of the pickups and the lack of staff they have on hand. So that's the latest here in downtown Baltimore.
Taylor, did they discuss that there are any plans to change the current schedule, though?
Right now, it's not in the works. The DPW says they're looking at the current schedule and they're going to see if they can make some changes. But right now, nothing in the books, Tom. Over downtown in Baltimore, I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Temperature starting in the 30s again this morning. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at how today's rain could impact your plans.
Council members divided. Coming up, how the mayor's veto of a pension plan could impact the city council president, Nick Mosby's future.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
6:29 and looking live at our tree right here, and it's feeling a lot like Christmas in the Fox 45 studio. Still up for grabs, Maryland Zoo basket, lottery tree, Indian motorcycle pack.
Oh.
even a mattress. We'll take a look here and give you a chance when you can call, so make sure you stick around. It's not yet, but we'll let you know.
All right, well, welcome back on this Tuesday. Coming up on 6:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. I'm looking over at, I don't see a motorcycle wrapped
We
up.
didn't
You know
say
what I mean?
motorcycle.
Oh.
We said a motorcycle package. So, yeah, this might be the things to go
See a
with
lottery-
that. Yeah.
See the lottery tree.
You're going to have people thinking there's a motorcycle
I did.
under there.
I did.
It's gonna
I was
be
like, wait a
on the
minute.
building. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast.
Just read the script, Rogers. It's right there in front of you. That's all I got to say. No, I didn't see the lottery tree. Is it over there? Because
the big thing on top?
Yeah. Oh,
you
there
see
it is.
it? There you go.
All right, we're good. We're going to have more of your chance to win coming up in a little bit on our countdown to Christmas. There we go. Hey, if you want to scratch off some rain, well, you can do that today because we are seeing the rain that is with us this morning from our Towson camera, Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Lots of that cloud cover that's around. You can see a few of these light showers that just rolled through Baltimore City and County, now moving over to Harford County and the Eastern Shore. You're seeing that in Chestertown, all the way down through Rock Hall, moving over toward Aberdeen. And overall, we will see these showers kind of stay with us throughout the day today. Look at our numbers. Actually kind of more mild, lower 40s for Westminster, Bel Air, Baltimore, even down through Annapolis at 43. Coldest spot is Laurel at 39, same number in Elkton. So I do have a yellow light for you here on your morning drive. Numbers will stay in the 40s for the next couple of hours. Just watch for those wet roads. We top out at 51 today. Even with the rain tomorrow, we're actually going to see warmer numbers, right about 60 degrees, and then less rain coming on Thursday. We'll have a look at your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. Tom, earlier you mentioned an issue out there on the roads. We know it's wet.
Yeah, 97, and actually right now we have the camera up that shows the issue. We're talking about multiple vehicles here. Before, when we took this shot, people were moving through, but it must have been that the emergency crews weren't there yet. This is 97 south, and traffic's backed all the way up to 695, and this is right near Baltimore-Annapolis Boulevard is where this accident happened. One lane getting by, so you're backed up to the inner and outer loop. 6:31 now to our continuing coverage. Baltimore City's elected leaders will be getting a raise January 1st. It's because of city legislation stating that if at least one city union or employee group receives a pay increase, all elected officials are entitled to a 2.5% raise. Because the union representing salaried city employees got a raise this past summer, salaries now need to be adjusted. And according to the Board of Estimates agenda, the City Council President, Comptroller, and all City Council members are benefiting from this raise. Notably, though, you see right here at the top, the raise will push Mayor Brandon Scott's salary above $200,000 each year. We want to know what you think about this. Do city leaders deserve a raise? As you see on the bottom of your screen right there, so far, 100% of those who have voted say no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Now, while city council members will be getting a raise, they won't see any changes to their pension plan. Mayor Brandon Scott vetoed a bill that would have reduced the number of years they need to serve to earn that pension. Fox 45 News is questioning City Council President Nick Mosby about it after the first council meeting since the veto. Our team coverage begins with Olivia Dance and the City Council President's next moves when it comes to the pension plan. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Patrice. And as you mentioned, this was the first city council meeting right here at City Hall since the mayor's veto. And during the meeting, there was no lengthy discussion on the matter, but Fox 45 News did question Council President Nick Mosby. Mosby sponsored the controversial pension bill that would have reduced the years of service for some elected leaders from 12 years to just 8 years to receive lifetime benefits for only part-time work.
I didn't whip the vote, nor am I going to whip a veto. I think the mayor has spoken. He wants to keep it not balanced. Some council members have spoken that there's a conflict of interest, and we're going to move forward with it.
But Mosby's now saying he won't push to override the mayor's veto after the mayor said he believes there's potential ethical issues with the bill. He also sent his response to the veto in a letter to the mayor, saying he disagreed with the ethics board's concerns about the legislation. Mosby also pointing fingers at Fox 45 News' owners' financial support for Question K, despite voters overwhelmingly passing the bill. Now Question K puts term limits on city leaders. And in the letter, Mosby also draws attention to what seems to be a divide in city government, saying, quote, "We missed a chance once again to work together to resolve your concerns through the legislative process. Residents are truly tired of the disconnection of city government and officials."
Is there a divide in city government that you're referring to?
There's no divide.
Well, explain what you meant.
It's just a statement. It's pretty straightforward. Like, we would have had a chance to talk before the decision was made. It's the council. It was the mayor's prerogative, so it's fine with me. But there is no discord. There's no concern.
And although it seems the pension bill is off the table, Mosby could still push to override the mayor's veto with 10 votes. But the mayor says the votes don't appear to be there. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. The city council moved quickly on the pension bill. In fact, they only took about 3 weeks from when Council President Nick Mosby introduced it to its final passage. For comparison, a dirt bike ordinance took about 6 weeks to make it this far. A bill targeting gun violence in 2020 took nearly 3 months to get to its final vote.
The fast-track bill sponsored by City Council President Nick Mosby is leaving council members on different sides.
And Shannon Lilly continues our live team coverage this morning with how the veto could be shaping the 2024 election outlook. Shannon.
Well, this is just the latest political blow, Tom, for City Council President Nick Mosby, and it highlights a potential divide amongst leaders inside City Council, some that may have their eyes on opportunities come 2024. In fact, we spoke with political analyst John Deedy about that. He explains it further.
I think what you're seeing is people starting to pick up sides. They see a weakened leader, and a weakened leader is like a wounded animal. And it is definitely subject to prey. I think there's a lot of different teams. There's a team Mosby, there's a team Brandon, there's also even maybe a team Cohen.
Yeah, Deedy believes Councilman Zeke Cohen sees an opportunity and wants to run for City Council President. In fact, you'll remember Cohen has not been afraid of pushing back on the council president. We saw it during this affordable housing hearing, the same one that broke fire codes and sparked an inspector general report. We also saw it again when it came to Mosby's pension plan that would have made it easier for part-time council members to earn lifetime benefits. Here's what Cohen had to say about that.
The idea that we would rush a really important piece of legislation that's going to have a long-term impact on the fiscal health of the city, to me, felt incredibly irresponsible.
Well, since that pension plan was shot down by Mayor Scott, Deedy says these other council members have a decision to make moving forward here: continue to back Mosby, challenge him, or look elsewhere. He also says the council president's support is going to hinge on what happens with his wife, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, inside federal court. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
FBI investigations are underway into who is responsible for the attack on critical North Carolina infrastructure, how tourism and the surrounding towns are feeling the impacts.
Today, you'll see more clouds with off and on showers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know just how long this weather maker sticks around. 6:37 is the time, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Some images to warm you up early this Tuesday morning. We start with a gorgeous sunrise along the Florida Panhandle. Next, we're off to the Bahamas, where the 62-foot tall Nassau Harbor Lighthouse watches over Paradise Island. It was built back in 1817 and is billed as the oldest surviving lighthouse in the West Indies. And we end in South Carolina with a stunning sunrise over Surfside Beach.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on TikTok.
6:40, the CDC says this year's influenza vaccines appear to be a good match to the strains that are currently circulating around the country.
And Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning with the uptick in cases around the country, though, that are happening right now. Megan?
That's right. We're taking you live over Washington, D.C., the home of the CDC headquarters, where the agency is now reporting that most of the viruses tested this season are similar to the strains that were picked out by officials before those vaccines were made. That's some good news. And this data coming at a very good time as flu cases are soaring after Thanksgiving gatherings. The CDC now reporting a 25.1% positive rate in influenza testing. That is for the week ending on November 26th. Let's go ahead and take a look at these cases by state. Every single state in the continental United States now reporting a moderate to very high level of cases for the week, again ending November 26th. The only exceptions here are Michigan, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Even with vaccines proving to be effective this year, the CDC is reporting some 8.7 million infections so far, reminding everyone it is not too late to go out and get that shot. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Elon Musk speaking out over the weekend why the new Twitter owner was criticizing media coverage or lack thereof.
And an extension to swap your real ID has been enforced. When you need to have your new ID and why the extension was made. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all foggy, all wet, all morning.
.45 and now to your morning rush. Today, Mayor Brandon Scott is set to announce an expansion to the group violence reduction strategy. Olivia Dance is joining us live now. And Olivia, some experts have concerns, though, about this plan as violence is just still ongoing.
It's Tom, that's right. And as you mentioned, Mayor Scott will announce an expansion to the group violence reduction strategy at 2 this afternoon right here at City Hall. Now, Fox 45 News has been looking into GVRS for months. And according to the data and experts that we've spoken with, the strategy isn't actually stopping homicides from happening. Rather, the violence is moving across police district lines. And as the mayor is set to announce an expansion to GVRS today, violence continues to be out of control. The most recent data showing Baltimore has had 311 homicides this year, surpassing 300 homicides for the 8th year in a row. And I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up in about 15 minutes, hear those concerns directly from an expert. Plus, I'll have more details on today's announcement. Back to you.
The Baltimore Police Department has confirmed that the 19-year-old who was shot and killed over the weekend was pregnant. Shannon Lilly joins us live. Shannon, what's the community saying about the violence and about this particular victim?
Well, of course, Patrice, there is disbelief and really just a heavy sadness. Jamira Burrell was part of a local church, according to a post on Facebook by the Greater Life Ministries. A pastor there saying he just saw her. She was just there on Saturday. She was glowing. One day later, she and her unborn child would become the next victims of gun violence in our city. Well, stay with us because in 15 minutes, I'm going to have the very latest, the update in this investigation. And we'll also hear from an expert who's weighing in on possible motives. Now back to you.
Looking ahead, the Department of Homeland Security is offering a 24-month extension for the Real ID enforcement date.
Now, the previous deadline was May 3rd of 2023. We've been reporting that for a long time now. The agency says the extension was necessary to address the impacts of the COVID pandemic and the ability to obtain a Real ID. After May 7, 2025, federal agencies, including TSA, will not accept identification that does not meet the new federal standards.
Well, North Carolina's governor says investigators will leave no stone unturned when it comes to finding out who is responsible for an attack on their critical infrastructure.
I will say this, the individual that done the damage knew exactly what they were doing.
Now, that's Moore County Sheriff. He wouldn't release many details, but the FBI is now joining in on this investigation. We know someone pulled up, breached the gates, and then opened fire at two substation locations. The damage there impacted the rest of the grid, resulting in power outages for nearly the entire county. The energy company says it will likely be days before the power can come back on due to the sophistication of that gear.
It would be more like perhaps the comparison of changing a small thing like a light bulb in your house versus your HVAC system. If you want to kind of get a sense of some repairs are easier, some repairs are more complex, and there's a time associated with those.
It is a busy time of year for a town that relies on tourism. Some stores are doing cash-only sales, others turning to online options. An emergency shelter is set up to help people get through the cold nights. Governor Roy Cooper says violence and sabotage will not be tolerated.
6:48 now, and it's time to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers to find out exactly the forecast and how much fog we're going to deal with.
Well, we're dealing with some low clouds out there. Tom, Patrice, good morning to both of you. The rain and the temperatures that are not as cold as we were yesterday. Believe me, if we were in the 20s this morning, we'd be talking about a way different scenario here. You can see the cloud cover that's out there right now, but notice the temps on the right side of your screen. Most of us are mainly in the 30s and 40s. It's still chilly, and you can see on our HD radar, we're seeing all green. That's good. When we see pink, that's kind of that rain-snow mix and that potential for some freezing rain. It's definitely a little slick out there, especially as you head north on 95. So Aberdeen up into Port Deposit, over toward Rising Sun as you head out of Harford and Cecil counties. Just be aware of that. More of that rain for you on the eastern shore as well. Chestertown down into Centerville, just past some Rock Hall. A few showers that are north of Easton at this time. But overall, we are seeing a break from the rain for a lot of us along the 95 corridor in areas to the west. This is what's going to happen throughout the day today. We still actually have a winter weather advisory in Allegheny County. This goes until 8 o'clock this morning for that potential of some freezing rain there. But notice the green that's just south of Cumberland, so it's only being picked up as rain. But some of our temperatures have been down into the 30s, so that's why we kind of have to deal with some of that wet weather and the potential slick roads as well. If you're enjoying your breakfast and coffee with us, we appreciate it. We'll be on all the way until 9 o'clock today because we got some World Cup action again this morning. We're seeing those temperatures mainly in the low to mid 40s Sun's not up until 7:12. We don't see much of the sun at all today, guys, unfortunately. So upper 40s and lower 50s. Even with the rain showers, our temperatures kind of more on the milder side. In fact, mid 50s for Philly and New York, and even upper 50s out there in Ocean City down the ocean. Our future scan looking like this. Those showers stay with us. A break here through parts of the day, so kind of off and on showers. Definitely an overcast day today. More of that rain late tonight into early tomorrow morning, and then that rain is going to push out of here. We stay cloudy on Wednesday. Thursday actually looks dry. In fact, we may even see that sun pop out for a little bit on Thursday afternoon. And then our next weather maker, another round of rain showers coming in into Friday. This is going to start Friday morning. Notice some of those snow showers in Pennsylvania to the north of us right around Friday evening and early Saturday as well. Shout out to Ann Ford. That is Sassy, the kitty right there, rocking around the Christmas tree in Phoenix, Maryland. Thank you very much, Ann, for sending that picture in. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. Would love to get your holiday pet pics. Here's that 7-day forecast. As I mentioned, Thursday, the driest day. As we head toward the weekend, it'll be a little bit colder. A couple of off and on showers, but not looking for a lot of precip. And we finally clear out by next Monday.
Kids are asking to have their allowance paid out in virtual currency. The big stocking stuffer to give kids. I know the answer to this. We already did it. Coming up.
Still to come, though, sometime this morning. Forget the kids. It's all about the adults. Our countdown to Christmas giveaway continues. Stay tuned. Get your phone ready when we give the cue to call. You to win some of the prizes worth nearly $200, too. I mean, it's a lot less than that, though. Just a couple bucks. Gives a lot. The gift that keeps on giving all morning long.
Not if you want it in Robux, the way the kids want it. I wonder if you can buy coffee in the virtual Robux world. I'll have to ask.
6:55, and Secretary of State Antony Blinken playing a major role in talks between the European Union and the U.S. Trade and Technology Council.
The third meeting between the two parties took place yesterday at the University of Maryland College Park.
Now, the talks come after EU officials expressed concern over Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, which will offer tax credits for American-made electric vehicles and then raise concerns among European automakers and manufacturers. These talks are meant to promote innovation among EU and U.S. businesses in order to avoid technical barriers to trade. The release of the Twitter files on Friday is raising new questions about big tech and free speech, as well as whether the mainstream media is too quick to buy the explanation of Democratic government officials in the intelligence community.
Ryan Smith with the National Desk reports.
New Twitter owner Elon Musk speaking out over the weekend, criticizing media coverage or lack thereof, and accusing mainstream media of being deceptive in covering the story.
Be accepting some responsibility themselves for not being truthful to the American public.
Critics of Twitter's suppression and the subsequent media blackout of the Hunter Biden story 2 years ago now saying there's a new blackout in the wake of this weekend's revelations.
And you can see the networks with some having absolutely no coverage at all, and then a matter of just minutes on other networks.
You have these censorship apologists who are bordering on propagandists.
Now, questions continue to be raised about the 51 former intelligence officials who signed this letter in October 2020, just 2 weeks before the election, suggesting the New York Post's story had the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation, and the Post later labeling them as spies who lied. Republicans are already saying Twitter will be an issue they take on in the next session of Congress. Current House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy tweeting, come January, the new House Republican majority will get answers for the American people and the accountability they deserve.
Now we need to start looking at Facebook, at Google. These now have become arms of the Democratic Party, arms of the Biden administration.
Those on the right point to Apple removing conservative social media site Parler from its App Store after Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez complained ahead of Joe Biden's inauguration last year.
We're all keeping a close eye on this.
And accused the White House of trying to intimidate Musk as he reworks Twitter to allow more voices. Many Democrats say the Twitter files are a non-issue and that the GOP focus on them shows them to be out of touch. Musk saying more internal emails will come out, but has not set a date for that release. I'm Ryan Smith reporting.
Well, we sent questions to Maryland lawmakers, Congressman Kwesi Mfume and Andy Harris, as well as Senators Chris Van Hollen and Ben Cardin, asking how do you plan to use your power to get to the bottom of this? Do you think there needs to be an investigative hearing into the matter? And are you concerned other social media platforms could have colluded with the Biden campaign? Congressman Harris is the only one to respond in a statement saying this is a clear reason for Congress to investigate further and to remove protections from social media platforms. You can read the congressman's full response on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Tech experts say parents who love to share information about their children on social media are creating more cybersecurity risks.
A Wall Street Journal report says the more parents post information, including names, birth dates, milestones, and more, the greater risk that cybersecurity crimes will happen.
Now, a study says the average child will have 1,500 photos of themselves online by their 5th birthday. Barclays Bank warns that by 2030, there could be 7.4 million identity thefts per year because of sharing, which is when parents post too much information online. And the info is then hacked and then brought onto the dark web.
Well, you can get Fox 45 News in a flash through your Amazon Alexa or Echo. We now deliver your local headlines and forecasts in less than 2 minutes. If you have an Amazon device, tell it to enable Fox 45 Baltimore.
Today, Mayor Scott will announce an expansion to the group violence reduction plan strategy. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, here why an expert says the plan isn't working.
Police confirm a 19-year-old shot and killed over the weekend was pregnant. Coming up, the latest in the investigation and how the community is remembering her.
We're starting off with some rain showers here for your Tuesday morning. We'll talk about how long this rain sticks around and how our temperatures are going to shape up this week as well. It's all right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's do this.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. On this Tuesday, December 6th, we're getting closer to the holiday season. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. If you have poinsettias or poinsettias outside, they're getting a little bit of food today. Some
That's
rain.
right. Some rain coming down. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at that for us.
Rain from above, looking good on the yards out there for sure, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you. As we take a look at our numbers here, this is the camera I'm supposed to be at. Let's take a look outside. Look at this shot. That's not fun, right? You look at our Towson camera, you're like, yeah. So we have some low clouds. We've got some light rain that is falling, the wet roads as well. The good news is our temperatures are not that cold. You put that radar into motion. Most of the rain is for you on the eastern shore, up in the northeast parts of Maryland, up into Harford and Cecil counties. Right here on our HD radar, a couple of light showers around Baltimore City and County, down through Annapolis, but not much. Just again, some of the wet roads you'll have to get through. And temperatures, these are what I was talking about. 37 Hagerstown and Frederick, 41 in Westminster, and 42 in Baltimore City at this hour. So, Mr. Bo, I've got a yellow light on your morning drive only because it is going to stay wet through the course of the rest of your commute. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now. We had some problems earlier on the roads. How's it looking right now?
Yeah, it's still an issue. 97 southbound, south of the city. But taking a look at your drive times for everyone else around the Baltimore region, 15 minutes go from 795 to 95. 14 minutes for your commute from 95 to 83. They're typically about 7 or 8 minutes. Now to a city in crisis, another grim reminder the city's deadly violence can touch everyone. We have live team coverage for you this morning.
Shannon Lilly joins us live from the Baltimore Police Department headquarters following the shooting death of a 19-year-old pregnant woman in Northeast Baltimore. She's going to have more on this shocking crime and the search for the suspect.
But we begin with Olivia Dance, where Mayor Brandon Scott is set to announce an expansion to the group violence reduction strategy as violence is ongoing. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom, as you mentioned, Mayor Scott will announce an expansion to the group violence reduction strategy at 2 this afternoon right here at City Hall. Now, Fox 45 News has been looking into GVRS for months, and according to the data and experts that we spoke with, the strategy isn't actually stopping homicides from happening.
While the leaders in Baltimore and the police department spin their wheels on GVRS, the people of Baltimore are losing out not only on tax dollars, but in lives. More people are dying just elsewhere in the city.
Now, that was Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute, who says the data suggests lives aren't being saved. Rather, the violence is moving across police district lines. The violence reduction plan has been attempted in Baltimore twice before. The mayor relaunched the program in 2021, rolling out the GVRS pilot program in the Western Police District. But when Fox 45 News pressed the mayor back in September on the data, he says GVRS is working.
This is Baltimore, right? Western District crime typically is Western District crime. We're doing it the right way this time, not the failed way that they did 2 times before when they tried to rush too quickly.
And as the mayor is set to announce an expansion to GVRS today, violence continues to be out of control. The most recent data showing Baltimore has had 311 homicides this year, surpassing 300 homicides for the 8th year in a row.
No one wants to admit failure. So GVRS, unfortunately, is here to stay because people are going to continue to lie and spin tales about how it's a huge success. GVRS is truly the zombie policing strategy, and no one has the wherewithal or the weapons to kill it.
The police commissioner, other local partners, and community leaders will all join the mayor at today's announcement. And of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring at the meeting and will bring you the latest. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, also known as MONSE, is tasked with implementing the gun violence reduction strategy. That office also runs the Safe Streets program, which Fox 45 News has been investigating for months. Fox 45 News found mixed results when it comes to how effective that program is. Some Safe Streets areas have seen a decrease in shootings and homicides, while others have seen increases. That data was confirmed in an internal report earlier this year. We've seen several shootings in Safe Street zones in recent months. Back in August, 7 people were shot just a block away from the Park Heights Safe Streets building. Continuing our team coverage, the Baltimore Police Department has confirmed that the 19-year-old who was shot and killed over the weekend was pregnant.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from downtown Baltimore this morning with what we know about this case and how the community is honoring the teen. Shannon.
Tom, that teen has been identified as Jamira Burrell, and now she and her unborn child are becoming the next victims of gun violence right here in the city. That is 2 generations lost. We're also learning now from social media posts that she was part of a local church. In fact, take a look at this Facebook post made by the Greater Life Ministries here in Baltimore. They say, quote, "It is with heavy hearts we announce the passing of one of our youth members, Jamira Burrell. She is the daughter of our faith leaders." And then one pastor associated with the church also took to Facebook saying, quote, "So unbelievable. She was in church Saturday morning glowing. Please keep the family in prayer." Well, according to police, the homicide happened right here in Northeast Baltimore just after 3 Sunday morning. Investigators say officers received reports of a shooting on Woodmont Avenue near Cochran Avenue, and when they got here, they found Burrell with gunshot wounds. The teen rushed to the hospital where investigators say she was pronounced dead just a short time later. Now, investigators are not yet releasing a motive for the shooting, but we spoke with former Baltimore Police Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson, and he's weighing in. Take a listen.
The sudden violent death of a 19-year-old pregnant woman, your mind automatically goes to the possibility of intimate partner violence. The police department doesn't have the luxury of focusing only on that. They're going to have to consider other possibilities. Could it be a robbery? Could it be some other random act of violence?
Well, at this point, no suspects have been identified, but detectives are asking anyone with information to call the Baltimore Police Department. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Shannon. This is the second time this year a pregnant woman has been shot and killed right in Baltimore. Remember, in May, 38-year-old mother was killed in a drive-by shooting in East Baltimore, and doctors were able to deliver her baby. At the time, though, Mayor Brandon Scott was emotional when he was talking about that incident.
And to be quite honest and frank, I don't really give a what the conflict was.
Well, those two women are among more than 300 people killed in Baltimore this year. Victims include children, fathers, mothers. Fox 45 News has told some of their stories, and you can find all of our reporting on the city's deadly violence on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Elected Baltimore City leaders will not see any changes to their pension plan. Mayor Brandon Scott vetoed a bill that would have reduced the number of years they need to serve to earn a lifetime pension.
This was the first city council meeting here at City Hall since the mayor's veto, and during the meeting there was no lengthy discussion on the matter, but Fox 45 News did question Council President Nick Mosby. Mosby sponsored the controversial pension bill that would have reduced the years of service for some elected leaders from 12 years to just 8 years in order to receive lifetime benefits.
I didn't whip the vote, nor am I going to whip a veto. I think the mayor has spoken. He wants to keep it not balanced. Some council members have spoken that there's a conflict of interest, and we're going to move forward with it.
But now Mosby is saying he won't push the override to the mayor's veto after the mayor said he believes there's potential ethical issues with the bill. He also sent his response to the veto in a letter to the mayor saying that he disagreed with the ethics board's concerns about the legislation. Mosby also pointing fingers at Fox 45 News owners' financial support for Question K, despite voters overwhelmingly passing the bill.
Now, in the letter, Mosby also draws attention to what seems to be a divide in city government, saying, quote, "We missed a chance once again to work together to resolve your concerns through this legislative process. Residents are truly tired of the disconnection of city government and officials." 7:08, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski is officially starting his second term yesterday, also marking Baltimore County Police Chief Melissa Hyatt's last day in office. County Executive is now tasked with finding a new chief.
What's more important for me is making sure that it is exhaustive and that we find the right person to lead the agency in the years ahead. So we don't have a specific timeline in mind. We're going to make sure that the process is thoughtful and thorough.
Well, interim police chief Colonel Dennis Delp will take over that role starting today.
Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman begins his second term following his swearing in.
Ladies and gentlemen, the County Executive of Anne Arundel County, Stuart Pittman.
Pittman says he is promising to work for not just the people who voted for him, but everyone in Anne Arundel County.
We commit to making county government more efficient, more effective, more transparent, and more connected to the communities it serves.
Pittman edged out Councilwoman Jessica Hare in the November election. The race wasn't called until a week after Election Day due to the counting of mail-in ballots.
In Howard County, Calvin Ball, the executive, also begins his second term in office. County also swore in its new council members.
Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on the 2022 midterm elections. For more stories and information, head to our website at foxbaltimore.com.
Polling locations in Georgia are just opening this morning, just about 10 minutes ago, as Georgians prepare to cast their votes in the state's highly anticipated Senate runoff race.
Megan Gillen is at our live center. She's got the early predictions. Megan?
Yeah, guys, we are taking you live to a very foggy Atlanta, Georgia right now, where this is a very exciting day. A lot of people have been waiting for this. Here we have the Georgia Senate runoff race here. We've got incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock hoping to fend off an in-person Election Day push from Republicans and the Trump-backed Herschel Walker. This race, though, guys, really started weeks ago with early voting. So far, more than 1.8 million people have already cast their ballots. Typically, early votes favor the Democratic candidate, and Election Days skews more Republican, typically. A look at a few of the polls updated just last night, showing Warnock with a slight edge in just about all of them. But keep in mind, guys, polls looked just about the same when the race was still too close to call in last month's primaries. Again, polls open up at 7 o'clock this morning, just about 11 minutes ago. They're going to be open until 7 o'clock tonight. We're going to keep you posted as those results come in. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. Project Baltimore holds Anne Arundel County schools accountable for student transportation failures. What they're saying about children having to walk miles to school.
Flu cases are surging across our country. How effective this year's vaccine is proving to be, though. 7:11's the time, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News All Local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:14, a 19-year-old pregnant woman was shot and killed over the weekend in Baltimore. She was the second teen shot that day. A 15-year-old also shot in the leg. Young people are increasingly being caught in the city's violence. Maury Richards, former chief of police in Martinsburg, West Virginia, joins us this morning with a look at what's happening. Good morning, Maury.
Good morning, Patrice.
Let's talk about what is needed to stop youth before they get involved in crime. And we don't know the circumstances of these cases. They were victims, but we do know that young people are on both sides of the violence.
Absolutely. You know, there are a lot of, teenage offenders doing, incredibly violent acts. And it's not just one thing. You have to start with, many of these kids have been involved in the criminal justice system, but, face very few consequences for less serious crimes, and they become more serious.
But let's talk about what happens, Maury, before they even got to that first crime. What do we need to do for the youngest in our society to make sure that they're on the right path from the very beginning? Give them the choices, the opportunities, the resources?
No, that's a great point, Patrice. It starts with strong families, and that is at the basis of this whole crisis. I would say 85% of these young men who are doing most of the shooting have no father in their home. And that alone has been proven to result in all kinds of criminal activity, other bad behavior, and terrible results. So it starts with strong families.
And then, okay, so let me ask you, because we say that each week, but if we know that that's not the case, does it then become a community, that the community has to surround these kids? Or do we just say, okay, there's not a father in the home, they're going to turn out bad and there's nothing you can do? Or do we step in as a community?
Well, the community always has stepped in, but what our politicians have to do is say that families are important, and we're going to start programs that promote marriage, that promote fathers, that promote that type of stability. Of course, there's always that safety net for people who fall through the cracks. But if you don't recognize the importance of the family and get some programs aimed at building those families, we'll never solve the problem.
All right, we'll leave it there, Maury. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrice.
It's 7:17 now, and we need to get another look at the forecast.
In fact, we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's giving a look at the forecast and, the promenade downtown.
Yeah.
And the Christmas Village, right?
Kind of a wet day to hang out at the Christmas Village in the Inner Harbor, guys, for sure. But, yeah, the lights are on and looking good. Obviously, going through the holiday season with Hanukkah and Christmas and Kwanzaa, New Year's, all right around the corner. And, yeah, definitely keep the umbrellas with you if you are going to be heading out today. The temperatures are not bad. It's a little chilly right now. We're looking at 42. That's your official number at BWI Thurgood Marshall. And looking at our HD radar, most of us are taking a little bit of a break from the rain. Still a bit misty out there. The only real actual showers we're seeing are Elkton. That's moving over to Delaware right now. No longer our problem here in Maryland. But we do have this winter weather advisory for Allegheny County. Let's zoom in a little bit closer right there on I-68 here, just to the east of Cumberland. You are seeing some of those showers. You can kind of see that green and that little pink right there. That's that possible freezing rain, or we might get a little light glaze on some of the roadways, especially in western Maryland. But we're not looking at anything big this time, which is good. Now, as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they have the rain gear ready to go. We're at the lower 40s this hour, upper 40s through noon, and into the lower 50s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. So we're tracking those off and on showers throughout the day today. Typically this time of year, right about 50 degrees is where we are. Upper 40s for most of Baltimore and Carroll counties today. 49 in Towson over through Lutherville and Timonium. Harford and Cecil counties, you're actually going to be in those lower 50s for Bel Air and Aberdeen, up in the Northeast and Elkton, even Chesapeake City there at 53 for your high this afternoon. Notice what's taking place with our temperatures. Even though we've got kind of a rainy week ahead, numbers are actually rising. We're close to 60 tomorrow, mid to upper 50s on Thursday, and then those numbers do come back down here as we'll see the upper 40s heading into the weekend, a lot closer to average for this time of year. This is how the day is going to play out. We'll keep a lot of cloud cover around. Again, a few off and on showers, really not tracking heavy rain. Most of the rain comes late tonight into early tomorrow morning. You can see that right there, 5, 6 o'clock on your Wednesday commute. That's going to be a bit wet. But then by Wednesday afternoon, mainly cloudy skies as a cold front passes through. We're warm ahead of the cold front, colder behind it on Thursday, and we'll actually dry out a little bit and possibly get a little bit of sunshine. And then tracking our next weather maker, which brings in rain by the time we get into Friday. Late afternoon into Friday evening is when we'll see the best chance of those rain showers. Some of the earlier models wanted to try to put a little bit of a rain-snow mix along the Maryland and PA line. Not looking likely at this time. 13 days until Hanukkah, 15 days until winter officially begins. We're just 19 days out from Christmas and 20 days until Kwanzaa, the first day of Kwanzaa. Here's our 7-day forecast. As you can see, those showers stay with us. Thursday, a dry day. Couple of showers possible Saturday and Sunday, and then we really clear out nicely early next week.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Now is the time for Fox 45's Getting Maryland Back to Work Job of the Day. The Maryland Department of Health looking to hire an administrator. If you'd like some more information about this position, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com. If you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
Stay with Fox 45 News this morning. In 30 minutes, it will be your chance to win big with our Countdown to Christmas giveaway. And all you have to do is be lucky number 10 to call in. We're going to let you know what number to call and also what you could win.
The 8th annual Couture Trees at Lord Baltimore Hotel. Look at these amazing designs. It's not your mama's Christmas tree. We'll talk about that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
7:24, and it is so Baltimore. The Lord Baltimore Hotel is excited to welcome guests back this holiday season.
The hotel is gearing up for their Couture Christmas tree competition, which is happening in person this year. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is taking a look around. And Mark, it's always amazing to see what they come up with.
It is amazing, guys. 8 years. This is the 8th annual. And again, the designs are beautiful. They're inspirational. And of course, we're talking with Luann. Now, Luann is the Michael Jordan of this event. She's won, a couple times. And once again, she's hit us with another beautiful design. Luann, tell us about your beautiful design this year.
Well, her name is Sapphire Frost. She is many, many, many broken blue bottles. Might be vodka. That a friend of mine gave to me, and feathers, and crystals. And she's, I think, one of my favorites that I've done. I'm very proud of her. This whole competition is just a wonderful event, and this year the competition is fierce. People should come out and see them.
Well, you have a formula. You've won a couple times, and again, starting with the name Sapphire Frost is such a great name. It's so beautiful.
Thank you.
What do you do? How do you put it together? Put us inside your head.
Well, starting now, I'm thinking about next year's.
Okay.
And I will worry and worry and worry that I'm not going to come up with something, and then at the very last minute, something pops into my head, and I break a bunch of glass, and I glue it on, and worry and cut myself, and then all of a sudden it comes together, and they're a lot of fun, a lot of work, but a lot of fun.
I love it, and of course there's just varieties. There's different, as you can see, there are different, styles. Some people go with the traditional, some go with the, it's a human form, some go with, the seasons. But anyway, whatever you like, it's here. Come check it out at Lord Baltimore, guys. And again, I don't know, it's going to be a tough challenge this year, but again, they are all beautiful. Come check them out.
All right. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, just incredible. Hopefully she was wearing some gloves when she made that.
Right. We're impressed. All right. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Off and on rain showers for your Tuesday with temperatures staying mild. Our Weather Authority team tracking the next weather maker and the impacts on your outdoor plans. That's coming up next.
I think what the families from Mead Village are saying is, why wasn't this done in September? We're now in December.
Fox 45 News' Project Baltimore team holds Anne Arundel County schools accountable for student transportation failures. 7:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
Tom Rogers, and it's another cold, foggy start to your Tuesday morning.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see if it gets any better throughout the day.
And it does, guys. And actually, yesterday was a lot colder. So if we had the same temperatures we had yesterday with the rain that's out there, we'd be talking about a weather alert day with winter weather here, as opposed to just kind of the cloudy conditions and that light rain that is falling. Actually, our temps are mainly in the 30s, even some lower 40s for you right now. So we're warmer than we were yesterday. Here's a cloudy look over the Inner Harbor. You can see on our HD radar that most of those showers have moved out of Maryland and into Delaware. Couple of light showers left over. We still have another round of those showers off and on throughout the morning and into the afternoon. So that's how it's going to be. A cloudy day. Temperatures 30s and 40s right now, on our way into the 50s as we head toward the afternoon. But I do have that yellow light on your morning drive as it's still a bit wet out there for the rest of your commute. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. We've had a few issues out there, right, Tom?
Yeah, because of those wet, rainy roads, that we're seeing out here, and traffic's moving a little bit slower here this morning. Not too many issues to report around the Baltimore region. Just south of the city, in between D.C. and Baltimore, is where you have your biggest congestion.
7:31 now. It does not seem safe. That is the message coming from Anne Arundel County Public Schools after a Fox 45 report showed students walking to school along highways that don't have sidewalks.
Yeah, the students were in middle school and they're walking because the county doesn't have a school bus for them. As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, the district finally agreed to an interview, but it wasn't easy for us to get.
Project Baltimore went to the Anne Arundel County Public Schools Administration building to speak with Superintendent Dr. Mark Bedell.
My name is Chris Papps. I'm with Fox 45 News.
We wanted to speak with Dr. Bedell about a significant problem in his school system.
Somebody should be down shortly.
Okay.
I don't know who, but somebody will be down. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
For about 20 minutes, we waited in the lobby. We were then told the superintendent was in a conference.
You did tell me somebody was going to come down and talk with us.
So we continued to wait and wait. Eventually, speaking with another security guard.
You guys can wait as long as you want.
Okay.
He's not available.
Okay.
I don't know what else to tell you.
Because at first we were told somebody's coming down.
After nearly 2 hours, someone did come down to speak with us, but it wasn't Dr. Bedell. Before we tell you what he said, here's why we were there.
You think if the school system cared, they would have fixed this problem?
Absolutely, a long time ago. A long time ago.
For the past few weeks, Project Baltimore has been telling the story of Unique Wiggins, a mother from Anne Arundel County. Her son, Zion, and other middle school students in Meade Village, 3 months into the school year, still do not have a school bus. Every day, they travel about 4.5 miles to MacArthur Middle School. Much of the trip walking along busy highways that have no sidewalks.
I'm like, there's no sidewalk. Like, are you serious?
After seeing Wiggins' story, Tanya Briggs, who owns a small transportation company, offered to drive the students of Meade Village to and from school every day for free until the school system can provide transportation.
It's sad and ridiculous.
Thank you, Dr. Tobin.
Through all of this, Fox 45 has been trying to speak with Dr. Bedell. Despite promising on the district's website to make himself available to the media, Dr. Bedell has refused to interview with Project Baltimore. That is why we went to district headquarters to speak with him. But after waiting 2 hours,
Nice to see you.
it was district spokesman Bob Mosier who sat down with us.
I think we're all frustrated. We certainly understand the parent frustration.
Mosier told us the school system is working as fast as it can to get buses for Meade Village and the other 2,600 county students who don't have one. But he said there are not enough drivers available with a CDL, commercial driver's license, which is why he said the school board in mid-November passed an emergency contract to hire vans where drivers don't need a CDL to transport students with disabilities. That, he said, would free up buses for other students.
I think what the families from Mead Village are saying is, why wasn't this done in September?
Yeah,
We're now in December.
And I get it, and as I said, right? I mean, some may judge that was too slow, and that's that's certainly something that the speed with which it happened is the speed with which it happened.
Over the summer, Mosier said the school system knew it was low on bus drivers. They tried to work with what they had. But since August, he says many more drivers have left for a variety of reasons. As the school year progressed, the problem of transporting students wasn't getting better.
Motion passes 8-0.
So the board passed the emergency contract to hire vans. Mosier said he hoped in a week or two, students at Mead Village will have a bus.
Did Anne Arundel County schools know that students were walking on that road without sidewalks?
I didn't know personally until you and I had that very first conversation. I couldn't tell you whether the school knew. I don't know.
I mean, does it seem safe?
Does it seem safe to have students walk on Route 175? No. No. I mean, that's not something we want to have happen.
It's been happening for 3 months.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Well, now to our continuing coverage. Baltimore City's elected leaders will get a raise January 1st, and it's because city legislation states that if at least one city union or employee group receives a pay increase, all elected officials are entitled to a 2.5% raise. Because the union representing salaried city employees got a raise this summer, salaries now need to be adjusted. And according to the Board of Estimates agenda, the City Council President, Comptroller, and all City Council members are benefiting from this raise. Notably, the raise will push Mayor Brandon Scott's salary above $200,000 a year. Some experts that we spoke with take issue with the raise, arguing voters should have a say.
The U.S. Constitution actually prohibits the Congress from raising its own pay until there's an election. And in fact, the people of Baltimore deserve the opportunity to have a say on Brandon Scott and Nick Mosby's performance before they raise their own pay. Everybody leading the city of Baltimore should be hanging their heads in shame, not cashing paychecks for failing to perform. In a pay-for-performance system, the mayor and the city solicitor and everyone else getting a pay raise would be fired, not given a pay bump.
Along with Congress, the Maryland General Assembly also has to face voters when it comes to pay raises. In the last legislative session, the General Assembly Compensation Commission voted to raise state lawmakers' salaries in the next term. According to the state constitution, lawmakers cannot give themselves raises in their current term. They have to wait for the next term. We want to know what you think. Do city leaders deserve a raise? So far, 100% of those who have voted say no. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Ain't nobody happy right there, nobody.
Frustrated DPW employees sounding the alarm to Fox 45 News. Why they say fewer collections are letting the trash and frustration pile up.
We are 15 minutes away from our first countdown to Christmas gift giveaway of the day. Caller number 10 will win one of those big prizes. So be sure to tune in and call when we tell you to, not just yet.
Cloudy today with off and on showers and some fog will greet you out there. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, let us know just how long this weather maker will stick around. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:40 now. The CDC says this year's influenza vaccines appear to be a good match to the strains currently circulating around the country.
Megan Gillen is at our live center, though, with the uptick in cases around the country right now. Megan.
Guys, we're taking you live over Washington, D.C., where, of course, this is the home of the CDC headquarters. The agency now reporting that most of the viruses tested this season are similar to the strains that were picked out by officials before the vaccines were made. That's good news here. This data coming at an even better time, too, as flu cases are soaring after Thanksgiving gatherings. The CDC now reporting a 25.1% positive rate in influenza testing for the week ending on November 26th. Let's go ahead and take a look at this case by state here. We've got every single state in the continental United States right now reporting a moderate to very high level of cases for the week again ending November 26th. The only exceptions are Michigan, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Even with the vaccines proving to be effective this year, the CDC is reporting some 8.7 million infections so far, reminding everyone it is not too late to get that flu shot. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
Oxford Dictionary is summing up 2022 with a phrase instead of a word. Still ahead, how a term first used in 2009 made a comeback this year thanks to a fake headline.
And County Executive Johnny Olszewski officially starting his second term. We'll be speaking with a political analyst on how Olszewski should tackle public safety as the county embarks on a nationwide search for a new police chief. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $7:45 and Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski and Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman both delivered their second term inauguration addresses following two completely different races. Joining us now to break down the executive's two-term approaches in their counties, political analyst John Deedy. Good morning, John.
Good morning.
Balt, let's start with Johnny Olszewski, easily defeating his opponent entering the second term, but now he has to hire a new police chief. How significant is that?
This is a big hire for him because the police union wasn't happy with the former police chief. And a lot of people are concerned about public safety in Baltimore County because they watch the news about what's going on in Baltimore City. there's also a secondary reason why this is important. The other thing he focused on yesterday was the housing crisis in Baltimore County. And here's the political part about this. Dutch Ruppersberger, this may have been his last race. 2024 is coming up. Olszewski's term limited after his term is completed. You need to find somewhere to go to. Now, Dutch Ruppersberger is a former Baltimore County executive, so the match may fit well. So having a good next 18 months can be really important to set yourself up to say, hey, this person should be a member of Congress.
Let's go to Anne Arundel County then. We've got the contendant Jessica Hare, the opponent for Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman, though, sparked many issues with the size of the government and also pointing out during that tight race that he raised taxes his first year, suggesting that he may do that again this next term in office.
I think Stuart Pittman would probably have a difficult time doing that this time because there is such a flush of budget surplus going on. You know, there's an old expression in politics. You have to raise taxes. You do it in your first year. You don't do it in the last year. You know, the thing is, 2017 was ages ago. So I think that he was able to survive in that race because by that time people had forgotten he had done that type of stuff, even though she talked about it. She also had other disadvantages like Dan Cox. But I think he's going to have a good advantage because last October, when barely people knew who he was, Stuart Pittman endorsed Wes Moore. And it's always nice to have an extra friend in the governor's mansion. And considering I live in Anne Arundel County, I think I'm very happy with how that part is going to play out. I think this will benefit Anne Arundel County.
John, do you think, though, that Jessica Hare, she had any influence? I mean, because it was such a tight race here, it really came down to the counting of the mail-in ballots. It took a week afterwards. But do you think that now Pittman needs to, reach out to the Republican side of that county and actually take suggestions from them?
I think he's going to have to reach out in some aspect because Anne Arundel County is considered some of a purple county. It's become a little bit more blue, but there's still rural parts of the county and other areas, Severna Park, et cetera, that are still Republican strongholds. He's going to have to, the county council is rather tight as far as Democrats and Republicans. So I think he's going to have to reach out a little bit more in that respect. But if extra money comes in from the state, everyone's going to love him.
Well, all right, John, Didi, thank you so much. We appreciate your breaking down this, and we'll see over the next 4 years how it plays out.
It's going to be fun.
Thank you.
All right, it's 7:48 now. We need to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Good morning.
Ooh.
Good morning, Patrice. Tom.
It's not getting better behind
I know.
you,
I'm
is
sorry.
it?
I'm sorry. We got a lot of cloud cover. We got the rain that's out there, and that's just kind of how this day is going to play out with a lot of those low clouds. Definitely an IMC day today, pilots, so probably better on the ground doing your ground school or the simulator training. Our HG radar showing a few showers right here along the 95 corridor, right through Baltimore City, up into Cockeysville and Towson. That's the shot we just took where you're seeing some of those showers. Moving out toward the outer loop of the Beltway out through Perry Hall and White Marsh down through Essex and Dundalk and Middle River. We are still seeing that winter weather advisory, at least for the next 10 minutes or so in Allegheny County. We've seen a few light showers, but it's mainly been rain. That was for the potential of possibly seeing some light freezing rain. But overall, our numbers are in the 40s over the next few hours as you continue to get up and at 'em with us here today. High temps will actually be in the upper 40s and lower 50s for some of us, even some mid 50s for you on the eastern shore later this afternoon. And temperatures even a bit warmer up toward Philly and New York with those mid 50s. So even though we've got a rainy day ahead, our temperature staying mild ahead of this cold front. Some of those showers off and on throughout the day today. Tomorrow morning, more of that rain rolls in. Tomorrow afternoon will be warmer, but as that cold front comes through, we keep the clouds around. We'll eventually dry out. Thursday, we should see some pockets of sunshine, and then another round of rain rolls in on Friday. Really late Friday afternoon into the evening time and early Saturday morning as our next weather maker tracks closer to us. Shout out to Dempsey and Dakota. Look at these great looking doggies right there with the Santa hats on, which is perfect for the holidays. And this is what it's all about, y'all. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Holiday pet pics. Let's keep them coming. I'll keep showing them. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. 51 today, close to 60 tomorrow. So again, mild conditions back to the upper 50s Thursday. We're a little bit colder as we head toward the weekend with a couple of scattered showers for Saturday and Sunday.
All right, Justin, thank you. And now it's time to open our next gift in our Countdown to Christmas giveaway. In fact, here we go. Do you want to do it?
Sure.
Okay, there we go. Here's the bag right here.
They're excited in the control room. I hear them talking about it. All right, so we're going to open it and then...
And then everyone calls in to win this if you're the lucky number 10.
I'm liking what I'm seeing already in here.
All right, so here we go.
Oh, I'm I'm definitely liking this. Look at this.
Not a bad bag. It's time to try out a new sport, they're saying here. You've won a Georgie and Lou pickleball bag.
Oh, is that what this is?
That's how.
Oh,
very
I thought
fancy.
this was a purse, like a bag, a tote. But I see it has all the different places that you can put your pickleball essentials, all the little side pockets.
It's not cheap either. I mean, it seems like a nice quality, too. Canvas bag here with some leather enhancements here in the corner and everything. They're saying it's $136. You can buy this at georgieandlou.com.
Hey, and if you don't play pickleball, I mean, that's just cute.
It'd be a diaper bag, too, couldn't it? I mean, couldn't you put bottles over here and some diapers and some?
Yeah, it'd be a fancy diaper bag.
All right, well, now is your time to call the number right there on your screen, 410-481-4545. Caller 10 right now gets to get this Georgie and Lou pickleball bag.
It's very nice. All right. So kids aren't going to want the bag. The kids who play online video games, they're asking their parents for allowance in virtual currency. A Wall Street Journal report reveals the number of kids under 13 years old who play online video games.
There's so much to do at Ladue. In our next hour, learn more about Ladue Christmas tradition, as well as all of the holiday goodies that you get to take home. Speaking of taking home, you know what you can put a lot of in that bag?
Definitely. I might even trade my cup of coffee for this.
Ooh, really? Is it that nice? Look at all the side pockets.
I know, right? That's what I thought. It does.
It's a new diaper bag, coffee holder.
It's not diapers.
Good luck.
$7:55 and trending now. Oxford Dictionary is summing up 2022 with a phrase instead of a word.
Now, the phrase goblin mode won the online contest as an overwhelming favorite with 93% of the vote.
Is this a generational thing? Because I've never, ever in my life heard of this. Oxford defines the terms as, quote, a type of behavior which is unapologetically self-indulgent, lazy, or greedy, typically in a way that rejects social norms or expectations.
Well, Goblin Mode beat out the phrase metaverse as well as the hashtag I stand with her. The term was first used in 2009, but went viral on social media earlier this year after a fake headline claimed rapper Kanye West and Julia Fox broke up after she went Goblin Mode.
Definitely generational thing. Could care less about. All right. Well, instead of cash, kids are asking to have their allowance paid out in virtual currency for the video game Roblox. This I can relate to.
You understand
with
this
my
one?
child.
Yeah. The currency known as Robux allows players to purchase the in-game items such as clothing for the characters or skins.
Oh, I hear it all the time. According to the Wall Street Journal report, about half of the game's 60 million users, they're under 13 years old. Roblox is one of many games that offers virtual items for players to buy and often costs less than $10 each, but it adds up if they come running to you every day. Can I have Roblox? No.
Just
they
$2.
can't.
Just $5.99 to get this.
Yeah, and then you've spent $8 billion.
Yes,
That's why I work. Robux.
There it is. Cold, rainy morning here, and it doesn't seem to be letting up anytime soon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, though, will let us know how long we can expect showers ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Today, Mayor Scott will announce an expansion of the group violence reduction strategy. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear why an expert says the plan isn't working.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, December 6th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our Tuesday forecast.
Good morning.
Hi.
Hi, I'm here now.
I see you.
You speed walk over
well,
here.
I had to. She was like, here I am. I was like, oh, here I come. I'm right here. I promise. I'm right here. We're talking about rainy conditions, guys, this morning. That's what we're looking at as we take a look outside and show you exactly what's going on. Yeah, this is what it looks like over our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Not pretty, unfortunately. Lots of that cloud cover and the low clouds hanging around, the rainy conditions, as well as another round of showers moving right through Baltimore City. Now, temps are all above freezing, 30s and even some lower 40s. We're warmer than we were yesterday morning, even some mid to upper 40s for you on the eastern shore right now. This is what it looks like on our HD radar. Some of those showers, Baltimore City out through Essex, Dundalk, moving out to Bel Air, up into Port Deposit, Aberdeen. You're seeing that in Edgewood as well. Kind of the larger picture showing us this is what's going to happen. We'll have breaks in the rain and then more of those showers developing off and on throughout the day. So overall, our numbers mainly staying in the mid to upper 40s for the next few hours. We're keeping those rain showers in the forecast. So get the rain gear ready. Back with your full forecast in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network for you this morning. And not great. So brace yourselves. We're in the yellow, slow everywhere you look. Longest commute now beyond a half hour, 35 minutes from 95 to 83. Again, just give yourself some extra time. It's 8:01 in a city in crisis. Another grim reminder. The city's deadly violence can touch anyone. We have live team coverage for you this morning.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from the Baltimore Police Department headquarters following the shooting death of a 19-year-old pregnant woman in Northeast Baltimore. She'll have more on that shocking crime and the search for suspects.
But we begin with Olivia Dance, where Mayor Brandon Scott is set to announce an expansion to the group violence reduction strategy as violence is ongoing. Olivia.
Good morning, Megan. Yeah, as you just mentioned, Mayor Scott will be announcing an expansion to the group violence reduction strategy at 2 this afternoon right here at City Hall. Now, Fox 45 News has been looking into GVRS for months, and according to the data and experts we spoke with, the strategy isn't actually stopping homicides from happening.
While the leaders in Baltimore and the police department spin their wheels on GVRS, the people of Baltimore are losing out not only on tax dollars, but in lives. More people are dying just elsewhere in the city.
That was Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute, who says the data suggests lives aren't being saved. Rather, the violence is moving across police district lines. The violence reduction plan has been attempted in Baltimore twice before. The mayor relaunched the program in 2021, rolling out the GVRS pilot program in the Western Police District. But when Fox 45 News pressed the mayor back in September on the data, he says GVRS is working.
This is Baltimore, right? Western District crime typically is Western District crime. But we're doing it the right way this time, not the failed way that they did 2 times before when they tried to rush too quickly.
And as the mayor said to announce an expansion to GVRS today, violence continues to be out of control. The most recent data showing Baltimore has had 311 homicides this year, surpassing 300 homicides for the 8th year in a row.
No one wants to admit failure. So GVRS, unfortunately, is here to stay because people are going to continue to lie and spin tales about how it's a huge success. GVRS is truly the zombie policing strategy, and no one has the wherewithal or the weapons to kill it.
The police commissioner, other local partners, and community leaders will all join the mayor at today's announcement. And of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring the meeting and will bring you the latest. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
The mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, also known as MONSE, is tasked with implementing the gun violence reduction strategy. That office also runs the Safe Streets program, which Fox 45 News has been investigating for months. Fox 45 News found mixed results when it comes to how effective the program is. Some Safe Streets areas have seen a decrease in shootings and homicides, while others have seen increases. That data was confirmed in an internal report earlier this year. We've seen several shootings in Safe Streets zones in recent months. Back in August, 7 people were shot just a block away from the Park Heights Safe Streets building. Continuing our team coverage, the Baltimore Police Department has confirmed that the 19-year-old who was shot and killed over the weekend was pregnant.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from downtown Baltimore with what we know about the case and how the community is honoring this teen. Shannon.
And Megan, this teen has been identified as Shamira Burrell. She and her unborn child now becoming the next victims of gun violence right here in our city. That is 2 generations lost. And we are now learning, based off of social media posts, that she was part of a local church. In fact, take a look right here on your screen. Her church, the Greater Life Ministries in Baltimore, posting on Facebook saying, quote, "It is with heavy hearts we announce the passing of one of our youth members, Shamira Burrell. She is the daughter of our faithful leaders." One pastor associated with the church also wrote on Facebook saying, quote, "So unbelievable. She was in church Saturday morning glowing. Please keep the family in prayer." Well, according to police, the homicide happened right here in Northeast Baltimore just after 3 Sunday morning. Investigators saying officers received reports of a shooting on Woodmont Avenue near Cochran Avenue. And when they got here, they found Burrell with gunshot wounds. The teen was rushed to a hospital where investigators say she was pronounced dead just a short time later. Investigators not yet releasing a motive for the shooting, but we spoke with former Baltimore Police Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson. He's weighing in. Take a listen.
The sudden violent death of a 19-year-old pregnant woman, your mind automatically goes to the possibility of intimate partner violence. The police department doesn't have the luxury of focusing only on that. They're going to have to consider other possibilities. Could it be a robbery? Could it be some other random act of violence?
Well, at this point, no suspects have been identified, but detectives are urging you, if you have any information, call the Baltimore Police Department. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thanks, Shannon. Our weather authority forecast showing us that we've got rain showers that staying with us this morning and into the afternoon. We'll break it down for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Welcome back. We're just about 10 minutes after 8 o'clock on your Tuesday morning. And yes, it's been a wet Tuesday so far. You can see on our HD radar some of those showers here. Been moving right through Baltimore City and County, basically up through Severna Park and Annapolis and Anne Arundel County, all the way up the Chesapeake into Bel Air and Edgewood at this time. Temperatures mainly in the 30s and 40s right now, 42 in Towson and 43 in Baltimore City. So good news for your yards. We're getting some much needed rain with temperatures that were staying in the lower 50s for the afternoon. All in all, right near average for this time of year.
8:10. The polls opened across Georgia just about an hour ago for today's runoff election for the Senate seat in the Peach State.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, what can we expect here today?
Well, Patrice and Megan, so incumbent Democrat Senator Raphael Warnock is hoping to fend off an in-person election day push from Republicans and Trump-backed Herschel Walker. So far, more than 1.8 million people in Georgia have already cast a ballot. That's about 26% of the roughly 7 million voters in the state. And early voting does tend to help Democrats. Now, Monday's poll gives Warnock the edge going into this morning, a flip from just before the general election when Herschel Walker held a very slight lead. And again, polls have been open for not that long, so we'll be keeping a close eye on those numbers as they roll in throughout the day.
Kayla, even though a win for either party is not going to shift the balance of power in Congress, what will it mean for Washington? What will be the impact?
So if Warnock pulls off a win today, Georgia will be, well, first of all, solidly purple. And while the race doesn't decide who controls the Senate, it does have consequences for how Washington will operate for the next 2 years. If Democrats pick up this 51st seat, they will not have to rely on Vice President Kamala Harris as a tiebreaker vote as they have for the past 2 years. It also doesn't give a single Democrat the power to hold up votes, like we saw the immense power that Senator Joe Manchin had when he single-handedly killed Build Back Better and then had very strong bargaining power for the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, if Walker wins, Republicans would maintain joint control of Senate committees. So while this, again, doesn't have a huge implication, it does still have some consequences. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Kayla Gaskins, thank you.
Well, today's number of the day polls Americans on our nation's economy. 76% of voters rate the U.S. economy as fair or poor, including half who rate it as poor. A Scott Rasmussen National Survey finds only 21% rate it as excellent or good. The survey also finds 60% say the economy is getting worse. Just a fifth say it's getting better. 17% say it's staying about the same.
Mayor Brandon Scott vetoing the city's fast-track pension bill. So what's next? Still to come, the answers coming from the bill's sponsor.
A Baltimore City trash collection worker says he's burnt out, and so is his entire team. We'll tell you why he blames the city's bi-weekly schedule after the break. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
8:15 and developing now. Trash and frustration are piling up for one Baltimore City trash collector who is blowing the whistle this morning on a mounting problem.
Taylor Stewart joining us live from downtown Baltimore. Taylor, this person actually spoke with Fox 45 News anonymously. What are you hearing?
Well, that's right, because frankly, they did not want their identity out there because he doesn't want to lose his job. But he said it's becoming overwhelming to collect trash here in the city of Baltimore. Let me show you why. Take a look at this picture. You can see all of that trash just piled up and sprawled over city streets and the sidewalk there. That's due in part to the city's bi-weekly trash scheduled pickup. Now, before the pandemic, they were collecting trash every week. That has since changed, but that doesn't mean less trash. It just means every time they come to pick up your trash, they're dealing with this. Take a look.
It's too much work on one person. They put 7, 8 cans out like that. Try to empty the whole house. I mean, it's crazy.
Now, city trash collectors have tried to get this schedule changed. In fact, there was a hearing last month, and the head of the Department of Public Works said it's just not going to happen. They have a 25% vacancy rate right now, and 700 positions sit open. They're trying to fill those, so they just can't change the schedule right now. But even still, folks who work with the city's trash collection department say it's just gotten out of hand.
All right. Thank you so much, Taylor. It is 8:17 now. We want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
He's got a look at what we can expect here today. Some light drizzle on and off throughout the morning. Live look from Towson showing just that.
You know, and music would make you feel better, right?
Of course.
Typically. So we saw a cover band on Friday, Almost Queen, over there at Rams Head Live, but the opening band, Kids from Essex, Experience. They were better than the Almost Queen tribute band. And they were Essex boys. They had their own song.
That's
they
awesome.
I really like Experience. So you got to check them out on Facebook, Instagram, whatever, however you find them. But they were rocking that Rams Head Live. It was a lot of fun. Live cam right now in Towson. Yeah, it is definitely a rainy morning to listen to some music. Stay inside. Doobie Brothers said just listen to the music, right? 43 is your temp right now. Not much wind out there to speak of at this time. And notice on our HD radar, we're seeing some more showers develop in Hagerstown over just to the west of Frederick. That's going to move a little bit through the area. Even a couple of light showers up and down the Chesapeake at this time. Even if the rain is not showing up on radar, you're definitely getting the kind of misty conditions out there. Even that pocket of little heavy rain right there north of Baltimore City between Baltimore and Towson on 83. That's heading out toward the outer loop here. And over the next couple of hours, we'll continue to see those rain showers. Temperatures, they're not bad. They're chilly. Temperatures in the 40s for the next couple of hours. That's what we're going to continue to see. 48 your high today in Westminster and Cockeysville. 50 in Bel Air. Eastern Shore will actually be warmer with some mid-50s later today, even with those rain showers. And as you head up north on 95, Philly and New York in those mid-50s as well later today. Now, check in our temperature tracker. Notice our numbers stay near or above average for at least the next 3 days. They do come down on Friday and Saturday as those numbers will be back into the 40s for this upcoming weekend. This is our HD future scan. You can see by 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon, not a lot of rain, just kind of the overcast conditions with the misty conditions as well. Early tomorrow morning, more of that rain rolls in. By tomorrow afternoon, the rain is going to be done, but we keep the clouds around. Finally, by Thursday, we'll get some bright spots. The clouds breaking up a little bit to give us a brief respite with some sunshine. And then as we head into Friday, here comes another weather maker that is bringing some snow showers to parts of Pennsylvania. Some of the earlier models wanted to have some snow right around our Maryland and Pennsylvania line, but that's getting less and less likely at this time. Shout out to Angie and Dave. They're big fans of the show in Bel Air. Look at Cash ready for winter with the winter and holiday sweaters. So thank you very much, Angie and Dave. We appreciate you watching there in Bel Air. Here's a look at our 7-day forecast numbers today and tomorrow. As I mentioned, upper 40s, lower 50s, even upper 50s tomorrow, and back to 57 on Thursday. Notice as we get into Saturday and Sunday, a couple of showers kind of hanging around, but overall, we're not tracking a lot of precip, just temperatures that will be colder for the weekend.
All right, Justin, thank you. You know that music. It is time to open our next gift in our Countdown to Christmas giveaway, and we're doing it right now. We're going to open the gift first, and then you can call in to win it.
Okay, you go ahead. I opened the last one. You go for this one.
Beautifully wrapped, by the way. Our elf
Did you notice
amazing.
the chili peppers in the front?
Wonder if that's a clue. All right, let's see what this is.
I'm going to move this out of the way so you can see.
Leave that. Oh, another box. Oh, we might need to have some scissors on the desk here.
Do you need to, here, use that.
This might help us.
Pin top slice.
Ooh.
Is that working? No.
No, they
Here,
use
how
like
about the actual pin.
Maybe they use like shipping packing tape.
Oh, there
we go. Oh my.
Dig in.
Whew. This is going to be good. We're going to get in here. Oh my goodness. All right, I'll pull out while you describe because there's a lot of good stuff in here.
All right, so this one is a doozy. It's courtesy of Doozy's Diner in Catonsville. It is a gift pack with house-made spicy honey, green pepper jelly. There's a t-shirt in there and a $25 gift certificate. So this whole pack together is worth $70. It all looks good.
Can you smell that? I smell the spice. It's in here with it. That is super cute. And a gift card to go along with it. Very thoughtful.
Honey.
Yeah, that's a good gift. All right, this is it, guys. This is the time to call. The number, we're going to put it on the bottom of your screen here. You got a gift card, honey, t-shirt, 410-481-4545. Caller number 10 right now gets to take this gift home. Congratulations.
The eighth annual Couture Tree Competition at the Lord Baltimore Hotel. Our next interview is with this beautiful item. Do you see the clue? Can you guess? Is that a swab? We'll tell you about it next on Fox 45 Morning News, our local all morning long.
Some Anne Arundel County students are making a dangerous trek to school. Now we're finally seeing a solution. Still ahead in Project Baltimore, why it took months for it to happen. 8:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. It's so Baltimore. Join the Lord Baltimore Hotel and vote for your favorite Couture Christmas tree.
The annual Couture Christmas tree competition is back in person this year, and Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live. He's out there checking out all the competition. You seeing some nice ones?
Some beautiful ones. Again, one of 20 trees. Mary Kay is with There Goes My Hero. Oh, she's a superhero. You don't believe? Look at the cape. Look at the cape. Bow. There you go. And so, Mary Kay, this beautiful design here. And look, if you guys notice, the stars, there's actually swabs. So, Mary Kay, tell us about your organization.
So There Goes My Hero is a community-based nonprofit that helps people impacted by blood cancer. And one of the things we do, which is the inspiration for the dress, is get people registered on the bone marrow registry. And we do that with a simple cheek swab.
And is it hard to swab?
It is not. It is not like COVID testing.
Can you swab me?
I can. So you can do it yourself.
Okay.
Inside your cheek, and that would go on for 60 seconds. We're not going to take up your time with this.
Right.
We'll complete it. But that's it. That and 5-minute paperwork. And you're on the registry, and the good news is you could maybe save someone's life. And how great would that be?
I love it. Again, good luck on the competition. You up against 20 others, a great cause, a beautiful tree, and thank you, Mary Kay, for your time, guys. A great cause, beautiful place here at Lord Baltimore.
All right, Mark, thank you. We've got some rain showers moving through the area here this hour and more rain on the way this week.
Look at this. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is taking a look at how today's weather maker could impact your plans.
City Council met for the first time since Mayor Scott vetoed the controversial pension bill. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're questioning the council president on the divide in City Hall.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us on this Tuesday, December 6th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is a foggy start to your Tuesday, but hopefully that will clear up a little bit.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here to let us know what to expect.
Could be a lot worse, guys. We could be seeing those temps we had yesterday morning in the 20s, and we'd be talking about a whole different situation, but mainly just kind of a chilly rain that we've been seeing. And yeah, the foggy conditions, look at that. Can barely even see across the inner harbor right now. This is how it's been looking throughout the morning and how it will look as we head into the day today. Here's a look at our showers on our HD radar. Perry Hall and White Marsh out through Edgewood up toward Bel Air, right across the northern end of the Chesapeake out toward the eastern shore. We're getting a bit of a break here in Towson and Baltimore, but look what's on the left-hand side of your screen. Another round of showers from Frederick down through Silver Spring and D.C. That's going to be moving through. So it's going to be the off and on showers we'll deal with throughout the day today. 30s and 40s right now. On our way to temperatures in the mid to upper 40s, even lower 50s by the afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. 8:31, and now to some breaking news for you this morning. Firefighters responding to a fire along West Belvedere Avenue.
That's right. They were rescuing two people there who were trapped behind security barred windows. The victims were transported to the hospital. We know they are being treated there. We'll keep you posted as soon as we hear more on this.
Students in one Anne Arundel County community finally have a bus to take them to and from their school.
And this comes less than a week after FOX45 exposed how middle school students were traveling nearly 4.5 miles on their own to get to class.
Project Baltimore's Chris Papps is joining us live to explain the bus is not coming, though, from Anne Arundel County schools. And you had an interesting interview there, Chris.
We did. So for the past couple weeks, we've been covering this story. We're now more than 3 months into the new school year, and there are still students in Anne Arundel County Public Schools who do not have a bus to get them to school. So we chronicled Mead Village. Mead Village is a low-income public housing community where students there in middle school are traveling 4.5 miles by themselves to get to MacArthur Middle School, which involves about a 1.5 mile walk along a highway that does not have sidewalks. Well, guys, throughout this entire thing, throughout the entire situation, we've been trying to get a hold of Dr. Mark Bedell, who is the new superintendent of Anne Arundel County Schools. He started on July 1st, but he will not sit down with Project Baltimore to talk about this issue that affects thousands of kids in his school system. So we went to Anne Arundel County Schools Administration Building in Annapolis, sat there for 2 hours in the lobby. We were told somebody was going to come down. Eventually somebody did, but it wasn't Dr. Mark Bedell. It was the county spokesman, Bob Mosier, who did answer some of our questions.
Chris, you were talking about this, though, the walk, and even Mosier said that, yeah, it's not right for them to be walking on that highway for middle school students, but then he kind of just stopped. He said, yeah, well, I agree with you, but you said it took 3 months for them to walk just to get some reaction from it. It's only because Project Baltimore stepped in.
Well, a lot of the parents in Mead Village are asking what took so long. Over the summer, Anne Arundel County schools knew they were going to have a school bus driver shortage. Now, Mosier said they tried to do the best they could with what they had, and the situation continued to get worse throughout the first 3 months of the school year. And then 5 days after Project Baltimore first did this story, the school board in Anne Arundel County passed an emergency contract to hire vans to take students to school instead of buses, because the vans do not require a driver to have a CDL, commercial driver's license. But in Mead Village, they're asking, why wasn't this done in September? It's now December, and these kids still don't have buses when the county knew that they were going to have a school bus driver shortage. And that is what led Unique Wiggins, the mom that we spoke with in the first story, to just say, I don't think they care about us. Because if the school cared about us, they would have done this in September when school started, instead of waiting till November, and we're now in December and the kids don't have a bus. And quite frankly, Tom and Megan, in talking to Unique Wiggins and other parents in Mead Village, Dr. Bedell's refusal to sit down with us and answer questions that we would ask him on behalf of the parents of Mead Village makes them think even more that the school system just doesn't care about them.
Wow. All right. Chris Papps, thank you for all you've done on this story. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
8:34 now into our continuing coverage this morning. Baltimore City's elected leaders will get a raise January 1st, and it's because of city legislation stating that if at least one city union or employee group receives a pay increase, all elected officials are entitled to a 2.5% raise. Because the union representing salary city employees got a raise this summer, salaries for all elected leaders now must be adjusted. Now, according to the Board of Estimates agenda, City Council President, Comptroller, and all City Council members are benefiting from this raise. Notably, look at this one at the top. The raise will push Mayor Brandon Scott's salary above the $200,000 per year mark. Well, we want to know what you think about this. Do city leaders deserve a raise? So far, 100% of those who have voted on this say no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
While city council members will be getting a raise, they will not see any changes to their pension plan. Mayor Scott vetoing a bill that would have reduced the number of years they need to serve to earn a lifetime pension. Fox 45 News is questioning City Council President Nick Mosby about it after the first council meeting since the veto. Olivia Dance is live with the City Council President's next moves when it comes to the pension plan. Olivia.
Well, good morning. And as you mentioned, this was the first city council meeting here at City Hall since the mayor's veto. And during the meeting, there was no lengthy discussion on the matter. But Fox 45 News did question Council President Nick Mosby. Mosby sponsored the controversial pension bill that would have reduced the years of service for some elected leaders from 12 years to just 8 years to receive lifetime benefits for only part-time work.
I didn't whip the vote, nor am I going to whip a veto. I think the mayor has spoken. He wants to keep it not balanced. Some council members have spoken that there's a conflict of interest, and we're going to move forward with it.
But Mosby's now saying he won't push to override the mayor's veto after the mayor said he believes there's potential ethical issues with the bill. He also sent his response to the veto in a letter to the mayor, saying he disagreed with the ethics board's concerns about the legislation. Mosby also pointing fingers at Fox 45 News' owners' financial support for Question K, despite voters overwhelmingly passing the bill. Now, Question K puts term limits on city leaders. And in the letter, Mosby also draws attention to what seems to be a divide in city government, saying, quote, "We miss a chance once again to work together to resolve your concerns through the legislative process. Residents are truly tired of the disconnection of city government and officials."
Is there a divide in city government that you refer to?
There's no divide.
Well, explain what you meant.
It's just a statement. It's pretty straightforward. Like, we had a chance to talk before the decision was made. It's the council. It was the mayor's prerogative, so it's fine with me. But there is no discord. There's no concern.
Although it seems the pension bill is off the table, Mosby could still push to override the mayor's veto with 10 votes, but the mayor says the votes don't appear to be there. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Pfizer seeking FDA approval for an updated COVID vaccine for kids. What's expected if granted approval?
And today you'll see more clouds with off and on showers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long the weather maker will be sticking around. 8:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
20 minutes in front of 9 o'clock on your Weather Authority forecast. This is what it looks like out there, and this is what we're going to have to deal with here today. That's not the taxi over there, but that is some boat that's hanging out. I don't know, maybe Myers is out on his boat. Here's a look at our HD radar. We do have some showers up into Edgewood, up toward Aberdeen right now. This is what we'll see off and on throughout the day, is kind of the off and on rain showers that will be with us, and temperatures actually that will stay mild. We'll take a closer look at our forecast for the rest of the week and for the colder weekend ahead in just a few.
All right, sounds good, Justin. Thank you. Well, even one of the richest rivalries in sports can go beyond the field.
Yeah, in fact, take a look at this. A group of Navy midshipmen conducting an air-to-go ground spirit mission, otherwise known as a prank. The Navy did it over the U.S. Military Academy at West Point ahead of Saturday's 123rd Army versus Navy game.
12 delivery passes dropped Beat Army and Fly Navy leaflets along with ping pong balls over Army West Point's The Apron. Army cadets were seen breaking formation. They were running for cover at first. Navy has won 18 of the last 23 games against Army, with the most recent being last year with a score of 17-14, but they probably were scared.
Yeah, I know. Stuff falling. The sky is falling on us right now, and that's being performed this weekend in Philadelphia, the lake.
Well, Genevieve Gorder is here now with a great deal on a stocking stuffer that will make sure that your family or friends never lose their keys or phone again. Here she is with today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
You guys, what are two things you lose the most? It's your keys and it's your phone. And it's so frustrating. I know this because I spend hours every day looking for these items. So listen up. You don't want to miss this buy one, get one exclusive deal on the Key Smart Pro. Now, the Key Smart Pro organizes up to 14 keys in one little device. Literally every guy on the set has one in his pocket right now. And as we are setting up this display, people were actually trying to take them. So my advice is buy this now for everyone you love, because they're not going to last. It takes all those keys in the drawer, the bottom of your purse, and puts them right into one little thing, and it connects to a free app. So if you lose your keys, you press the button on the app. You lose your phone, you press the button on the keychain. Even if your phone is on silent, you can find it. It's a win-win. They find each other, guys. You know how many hours this saves us? For me, like probably 6 hours a day. I bet you have someone in your life that needs one of these. My family literally impersonates me by putting on a pair of sunglasses and saying, "Where's my phone? Where's my keys?" And now with this buy one, get one free deal, it's the perfect time to get one for you, someone you love, in all of these great colors. Remember, this is a buy one, get one free. Do not wait. Go to asadeals.com.
It is 8:46. Experience the beautiful 3-day tradition of a Ladue Christmas this weekend. You can take home floral designs, living ornaments, which wait till you hear about this, or a DIY kit. We have the lead horticulturist here with us this morning, Ray Carter, in the house, showing us how to design a floral design, how to create our own. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here in the studio than outside at Ladue, honestly.
It's pretty rainy out there, which is great for all the flowers and gardens, but you've been busy here today. You've made this, I mean, mind-blowing wreath. Can I lift this one up
Please,
so people
absolutely.
can get a better look?
So this is our magnolia wreath.
It is stunning. And you made this.
Yes.
Explain. How did you do this?
Absolutely. Well, all you need to get started is a cheap wreath frame from your local craft store, some 22 gauge wire cutters, and some hand pruners. And then you have to, of course, cut some fresh tips off your magnolia tree, which will appreciate a good prune this time of year.
Right.
Pro tip, start with the wire loop that you're going to hang it from. And then you just start laying the cut bits on. You can use the cones of the magnolia or not.
Yeah. Oh, I like it with the cones.
I like it too.
And then you just keep it on and keep.
And then you just start wrapping.
It smells great too. My question to you that I asked already in the commercials, how long do these last then? Will they stay fresh?
They can last all season if you spray them with an anti-desiccant that you can get from any florist or even on Amazon.
Yeah. I'm so
These
amazed
will
by
really
this.
last.
I never thought to make a wreath this way. And this is just some of the things you're showing us how to do at this 3-day event.
Absolutely. So these are for sale at the event in our plant sale. We have all sorts of wonderful things there. The event is unfortunately sold out, but we are running a contest on our Facebook page. So if you go to the Facebook page and say, I don't want to miss Christmas in the comments.
Exactly.
You can win 4 free tickets to one of the 3 nights of the event.
And you're going to want to do that because you're showing us how to do even more. There are DIY kits that are available there. And we talked about living ornaments. What is a living ornament?
A living ornament is a hand-blown glass terrarium stuffed with reindeer moss, and then there's a little live air plant, a Tillandsia ionantha inside.
You had me at reindeer moss. I think that's just, that just sums it all up. Happening again this weekend, coming up. We got to
Thursday,
try to win
Friday,
the
Saturday.
tickets now.
Absolutely.
Anything else? Any tips you can give us as we go and decorate our own homes, knowing how fabulous you guys?
Yeah, you can use great materials from your own yard and impress your friends and save more money for those holiday gifts. And when your tree and your arrangements dry out, you can put them in your yard. Actually, that organic material will be good for your garden. And there are lots of local parks where you can donate your tree to be shredded and used for paths instead of just throwing it in a landfill.
Very good ideas. Thank you so much for coming in, Ray. We appreciate it.
Thank you again for having me.
Let's go ahead and check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers, who was mentioning that he's happy to be inside because outside not looking so great.
Yeah, good for the plants, as we were talking about, right, guys? But we're overall, this is what it looks like. And, you know, in the Christmas season, we're zoomed in here on the Towson Christmas tree right there. So we are getting that rain, and our temperatures have been basically in the 40s for most of the morning, even though some of you have seen some 30s out there. Officially, we're at 43 in Towson. Not much in the way of any rain at this time. As we take you through the afternoon, those rain showers will be with us, and you can see the showers right there around the Bay Bridge, out to Queenstown and Centerville, all the way up into Churchill and Chestertown at this time. You pull back a little bit further and move over toward Baltimore City and County. We had a few showers that moved off toward the eastern part of the Beltway. Now another round of showers working in for Carroll County, down through Howard County, Eldersburg over to Columbia, down through Arbutus and Elk Ridge. That's going to continue to track across the 95 corridor. You can kind of see that line of showers right there from Frederick down to D.C. So if you're heading to D.C. in the next hour, you're going to see these showers there. But all of us will see this rain kind of off and on for the next couple of hours. Our temps, they're not too bad. Upper 40s and lower 50s, which is about average for this time of year. So, yes, it'll be a chilly rain, but not that really cold rain. And those temps staying near average with the sun that is up until 4:44. We just won't see much of the sun at all, unfortunately, for today. High temps across Carroll and Baltimore counties, Westminster, Hampstead, Hamchester, right? 48 today, 48 in the Hereford zone, 49 Perry Hall and White Marsh, lower 50s for Canton and Fells, down through Baltimore City and Dundalkin at 51 this afternoon. Up and down the 95 corridor, mid-50s in New York and Philly with lower 50s for Baltimore and D.C. Here's a look at our future scan. So this is what it looks like 3-4 o'clock. Again, doesn't show a lot in the way of rain, just kind of those scattered pop-up showers. Overnight tonight, More rain rolls in. Tomorrow morning, same thing. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll keep the clouds around as this cold front passes through. Going to be warm out ahead of that front, and then colder air but drier air works in on Thursday. That'll be our best shot at seeing some sunshine before more clouds roll in Friday, and another round of rain coming in late Friday into early Saturday morning. We did have some of the earlier models that were looking like we may see a few flakes flying around the Maryland and Pennsylvania border Friday night, but right now most of that is shifting off to the north at this time. And that's those, weather models this time of year. They start to get a little bit active with that winter weather. Winter solstice is just 15 days away. That's the shortest day of the year. 19 days until Debbie the Dancing Christmas Tree, and we're 26 days from 2023. Just weird to say, 2023, but all right. Nothing we can do about it. All right, 57 on Thursday, right about 50 on Friday with the rain showers around, and then upper 40s for this upcoming weekend. Time to take a look at a view through your window. Aaron sent this picture in. I think that's a guy dressed as some sort of animal on a unicycle. This is at a parade in Bel Air over the weekend. So that was the view through Aaron D's window. Love that shot. Thank you very much. And we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that squiggly QR code right there on your screen. What kind of animal was that?
I don't know. I want to take another look. I'm curious now. Reindeer. All right. Well, out on the roads, not looking great. We are in the yellow. We've got some slowdowns. Look at that. 25 minutes now from 795 to 95, slow from 95 to 83 as well. Just give yourself some extra time here this morning. That's your Len Stoller traffic network there for you this morning. Well, turning now to your morning business report, Pfizer is asking for FDA approval for an updated COVID vaccine for kids as young as 6 months old, that is. The drug maker already has FDA approval for a 3-dose vaccine, but it's now asking for approval for an updated vaccine. And if granted approval, kids will still get the original first 2 doses, but the 3rd dose will be an updated vaccine formula, specifically aimed at targeting new variants.
Taylor Swift fans, they're suing the parent company of Ticketmaster over the botched rollout of tickets for her upcoming tour. Class action lawsuit accuses Live Nation Entertainment of fraud and violating multiple antitrust rules. Millions of verified users joined the pre-sale event to buy some tickets, but according to those suing, Ticketmaster let bots and unverified users flood the pre-sale event even when representatives knew they could not meet demand. Ticketmaster has previously apologized to fans and the singer.
Netflix is out with the new trailer and release date for the highly anticipated new Harry and Meghan documentary. Netflix says the first 3 episodes will drop this Thursday. According to the streaming site, the series will take viewers from the couple's early courtship to the challenges that led to their decision to step back from the institution. The series also includes commentary from friends and family who have never spoken before publicly about what they witnessed.
Well, the clouds are out all day today, and they'll be bringing in some bouts of rain. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know how the rain holds up for the rest of this week in his 10-day forecast. Oof.
But you know what you do when it's raining outside?
Get another cup.
You get another cup and take a coffee break. Cheers.
Oh, look at that. All right. I was confused for a second there. Just over 2 weeks ago, you were watching us decorate our trees in teams for the 33rd annual Kennedy Krieger Institute Festival of Trees. And we're excited to let you know we won a few awards, too.
Woo! So should I let them know that you guys, I'll introduce you guys.
Thank you.
The Tom Rogers, the Justin Chambers. Huge congratulations to win the Designer Award.
Look at that, for that tree right there. That is the Traffic Jam Jimmy tree.
And honorable mention to Patrice and Megan for your awesome trash wheel tree. I loved that tree. I loved that. Was like it was so fun. Yeah, Gwenda. She was the good witch.
We've never won an award before.
We get to share this one.
It's a major award.
So here,
how
pass
do we
it
share it?
along.
Do we do we
So
keep
we all wear it for
week?
just a minute?
Just a minute.
Or like every other day kind of thing.
I'm wearing it
in my hair.
I'm wearing the honorable
It could be
mention
like
side.
the Stanley Cup. You know how they take it to the bar and they, do all these cool
for
things.
24 hours.
Yeah.
Dents on it.
Yeah.
I don't think we can drink out of that thing.
You can just take it with you everywhere you go. All
That's
right,
fine.
Justin,
Sounds
there
good.
you go.
Very
Look at
cool.
And now it lives with you.
Now the 10-day forecast. There we go. How about that transition? 51 today. We're at 60 tomorrow. We are tracking rain today, tomorrow, Thursday a break. More rain Friday. Saturday and Sunday kind of some off and on showers. We're a little bit colder for the weekend, but we do dry up next week. That's awesome, though. Congratulations to you two. Congrats, Tom and me, and all the folks out there. Kennedy Krieger. Thanks for voting. We appreciate you.
And the tree was great.
Yeah.
We'll see you.
Maybe we can drink out of it.